Yo, what's up, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hope everybody is safe from the weekend. Glad to see some of these names in here because it just means you guys have power. That's a positive. Feel like every little area of Sacramento was kind of different, man. So hopefully you guys survived all right. That stuff we saw Saturday night was crazy. Crazy. The one time I go out, Mother Nature tries to take me out, man. Brutal. Oops. Yeah, that's me. I always forget to correct that. That's I always correct everything else except that part. Good eyes, Dave Garcia Designs.
What time did you head out on Saturday? Because it feels like the second I left is the second when everything started.
Yeah. It was like close to it was past 1. Yeah, it was past 1.
The second I got on that freeway, that wind started blowing the spaceship a little bit. I said, what am I getting into?
Yeah, it was a pretty tough drive home. The area Trysta was staying in was a mess. An absolute mess. January 9th, 2023. Shoot, I gotta make all these changes. Hang on, y'all. Dave Garcia spotted an error, man, and I gotta fix it right quick. Thank God for y'all, man. This is a dumb mistake because I made this graphic last night. I didn't make dumbass mistakes like that. Boom. All right, fixed on. I guess I don't really need to fix it on. I don't really need to fix it on StreamYard. I just need to fix it on. Whoa, dope ones. What's up, baby? Wow, dope ones checking in.
There he is. My guy, Donnie. Donnie Dope Ones.
That's funny.
I try not to call him that because after you told me you don't like Donnie Dope Ones.
That's his mob name. I don't know why he's against it. It's the mob name. Donnie must be working on something. That's when he tap in. He giving his brain a break.
They said, let me tap into something that I don't have to think
something mindless.
Yeah, I don't have to think that hard about.
Mrs. Mac 10, what's good? Mark Dub. Hey, welcome back, Tyler. What's up, Bryce? All right, you're home, Bryce. I'm canceled work 10 minutes before what? I'm sitting here holding this like I'm about to write with this. This is not a pen that you write with.
That's big time right there. Not everybody got that, man. Not everybody got that. Hey, I'm just saying, not everybody got that. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody aside from you who does have that.
That's ridiculous.
It's true.
I think the show's about to start. Kenny's already starting the week being ridiculous. What's good, baby? We welcome you in here to the Monday, January 9th edition of Dealing with KC. Hope everybody had a safe weekend. We welcome those that are back with us. Hopefully y'all got power and no trees on the cars or the houses. Watching everybody's Instagram stories, particularly on Sunday, was pretty jarring. And then, of course, it just picked right back up here this morning, man. So we got a little break right now. I think it's going to be back either later tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
they got like 2 more coming.
Regardless, man, be safe. Watch out for them trees. Watch out for that debris. But we're so happy that you could be with us. Maybe we could provide a little distraction for you. For the next couple hours, I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We have got plenty to talk about. Of course, the 2022-2023 NFL regular season wrapped up yesterday. Cliff Kingsbury already out of a job. Lovie Smith already out of a job. F the Houston Texans.
That's what Lovey said.
Yeah, he sure did. We'll talk about that later. Obviously,
by the way, I'm gonna need some flowers. I'm gonna need some flowers.
That's how we're starting today's show.
There's a lot that went down.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna need some flowers. No, we can
For
do
what?
it when we get
go
there.
Ahead. Tell me what you deserve flowers for.
I'm just saying, hot takes. I said Cliff was gonna be gone. That was one of the hot takes. I said,
was that a hot take?
I said Cliff. Yeah, it was a hot take. The man just went to the playoffs. Yeah, Kyler Murray. Everybody loved Kyler Murray. Everybody.
I feel like we talked it. Okay, all right. I'm gonna let you have your moment. Okay, you can have it.
And then this one didn't happen.
Then you don't get credit for it. You don't get credit for the Detroit Lions going 9-8.
No,
you don't get creded for that.
It
Absolutely
happened,
not.
It happened.
Absolutely not. You
it
do not
happened
get this
because I know
it didn't happen. Are they playing this weekend? What time do they play?
You don't even know what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying. You're arguing something I didn't even say.
He's going to say the Carolina Panthers. They was right there, just like I said.
I didn't pick the Panthers to get in the playoffs.
Oh my God, bro! You're so full of nonsense. It's frustrating to sit across from you sometimes.
In the hot take,
pull up the clip from like 2 weeks ago where he's like, "Give my Carolina Panthers."
Jesse, did we do hot takes and 4 in 4 out 2 weeks ago or at the beginning of the season?
Did you not say the Carolina Panthers were going to make the playoffs 2 weeks ago?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fig and Vine, if you're listening, get Kenny some flowers.
Absolutely.
Here.
All I'm saying is, I said the Raiders weren't going to make the playoffs on 4 in 4 out.
Okay.
And what I was gonna say, I wouldn't say nothing about the Lions or anything. I said you can't completely have it because I didn't take the Steelers out. Steelers didn't make it, so it didn't completely happen. And that was the argument. I said I can't put the Raiders in because I think Mike Tomlin is going to find a way to get his team in the playoffs based on his track record. He was a field goal away from making that happen, but he didn't make it happen.
Would you like to pat yourself on the back anymore or just keep going here with the show?
We can keep going.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Nothing else? You want to talk about Jamal Adams? No. Jamal Adams, my new favorite player.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
We got to update that soundbite.
Jamal Williams.
We got Jamal Williams. What'd I say?
Jamal Adams.
Yeah, we got to update that Jamal Williams soundbite.
He's a baller. He's a baller.
He's an absolute baller. He could cry every time he's on TV if he's gonna have the season.
Don't let them the tears fool you. I'm all dog, is what he said.
Yeah, his tone changed quick. That was weird. Like he went from sad and emotional and
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry
to cutting a WWE promo like right there on NBC. that was incredible stuff. So we'll get into that. The 49ers slotted at the 2 spot. They'll take on the Seattle Seahawks. For the 3rd time this season. We'll go all of the different playoff scenarios, any other coaches, get the acts. Of course, we'll bring that along to you. Of course, we've got all week to do this, man, but there are some really, really intriguing stories out there for us to cover. And then, of course, we've got our Saturday night. It was a big weekend for D'Lo and KC. Appreciate everybody who took the time to come over and say hello to Trysta and Kyle, who came up for the weekend as well. Whether it was at the Flat Stick spot or the Golden One Center or any of the different little spots that you may have caught us hanging out at, man, Trysta felt very welcome. She absolutely loved this place. Unfortunately, she landed in the nation's capital this morning, beamless.
No.
134 points wasn't enough.
Damn.
Domantas Sabonis, a surefire all-star this year, wasn't enough to stop the new Bryant of Los Angeles. Goodness gracious, man. What an infuriating game to sit through. And I'll we had a great time on Saturday night. The Kings absolutely did let a lot of wind out of our sails. It was funny. We were, telling hey, what are you guys doing with Trysta here? Like, what are we doing? Oh, we're gonna go out after the game. We're gonna hit up a few spots. Only 2 people, and everybody was down before the game. Before the Kings lost, everybody was down. After the game, James came through. The only 2 people who were really all about it, who was our man Jake over at CBS.
Jake was. Yeah.
And you were gone by the time Jake hit us.
Yeah.
And then Brendan Nunez, who popped over around midnight or so.
Man.
That was it. No one else. Sarah texts, hey, where you at? I told her. Never heard from her again. And thank goodness, by the way, because people were sending the text messages when it was still normal outside. Hopefully everybody went home, got home and got home safely. But yeah, a frustrating game, man, where the Kings just the disappointment, the frustration with the way that they're playing kind of continues.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough loss, and for better or for worse, I thought, and Saturday was for worse, but I thought, I was telling Trysta, I was like, well, I think it was 10, it was 100 and something, 100 and something at the end of the third, right? And I was like, well, for better or worse, it's Kings basketball. Like, they got a good spot to win this, and I think they went down 9 at one point late in the fourth, and I said, look, they'll get it to 2. They'll surge back. They'll get it to 2 because this is their brand of basketball. The question is going to be whether they can get over the hump or not. They got over the hump, then they fell back down, and they end up losing the game. But the thing about it is, I think this is Kings basketball. It can be very frustrating at times. It can be very exciting at times. But this is right now. This is who they are.
The scout who was sitting next to me in the media area asked me before that final possession when there were 6 seconds, or I guess it was the second final possession, given that De'Aaron got a shot off. Can they defend this for 6 seconds? It was 134. Can they defend this for 6 seconds? Looked at him. I said, no. They're either going to miss the shot or they're going to foul. Those are the only 2 options. And then, of course, the foul, the ninja shooter foul, which just end the last 2-minute report for God's sakes, because don't treat us like we're stupid. Like, come on, man.
Trash.
He initiated enough contact to warrant the foul call. The discussion became, and this is, I don't know, everyone has the Monday morning quarterback vibe when it comes to this play, but watching it, and I don't know how much of the camera on television was catching this. The foul was called. We all looked to Mike Brown. We all looked to the Kings sidelines. You could see everyone. They're looking, and then they start making the motion. Mike Brown goes for the floor, stops, turns around. I have no idea what he said, but my guess is, are we sure we'll lose the timeout and we won't advance the ball? And they kept saying, call it. And he stopped. He hesitated. He walked out. He made the signal. They reviewed it. We watched that team go to the sideline, and the only discussion that we could see happening was Mike drawing up the out of bounds call. Just in case it didn't go their way, they had the play call ready. Obviously, the call didn't go their way. They lose their timeout. They can't advance it. They run a great play for De'Aaron Fox to get him up the floor with 3 seconds left, which I want to ask you a question about that in a second. And De'Aaron livid following the shot because it turns out he got fouled by Russell Westbrook, which the last 2-minute report dubbed, and this was a new one, marginal contact. I didn't know, and forgive me, been following this game a long time. I didn't know that that's how we did this. Marginal contact to De'Aaron Fox, so it didn't warrant a foul.
Well, especially when, not even more than a week ago, they said Keegan Murray did foul Lauri Markkanen with contact to the elbow. That didn't happen.
That did not happen.
Didn't contact his elbow at all.
No. We watched that. We showed that play in slow motion on the live stream.
Look, man.
Nothing.
The NBA in their whole refereeing situation, it's bordering on crisis level.
It's bad.
Because this is turning into a complete clown show. These guys look terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Did you see the play yesterday? I put it on the Twitter at one point with the Raptors. And come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. What are these? I don't know if they need therapy. I don't know if they need more days off. I don't know what's going on, less travel. I don't know what it is. But this is an abomination.
Wasn't it the same official who missed the Herder call?
Yeah, it was the same crew.
It was the same exact crew?
Yeah, for the Kings game.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on. That wasn't the 2 plays down the stretch. The Sabonis foul that fouled him out and LeBron got the and one. That wasn't a foul on Domantas Sabonis. I don't know what else you're supposed to do as a defender. And
which I think was in the last 2-minute report.
As a correct call?
No. That was an incorrect call.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, thanks.
Not that right, exactly.
Thanks.
Like, look, we're going to give you 1, but we're not going to give you the other 2.
Yeah. So, and then, the last one wasn't a foul, but I mean, here's the other thing. That was a bad challenge. I was sitting next to Trysta and Morgan Reagan at the time, and I said,
watching games like that with Morgan is a lot of fun, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
She is
Absolutely.
very into the action.
Yeah. And I told him that. I said, you can't challenge it. Like, you cannot challenge that because you have no timeout. And you can make the argument it's a foul.
So,
like, I don't think it's a foul anyway. And even like seeing the side view is even worse. Like the TV view, it was even worse. But you can
that it was wrong.
Yeah, that it was wrong.
Yeah.
You can make some type of argument that it was a foul if you really wanted to, which it seems like the refs and everybody in Secaucus wanted to. Because of that, you just got to chalk it up and make sure you have your timeout to get in the half court set.
So
bad challenge.
Here's the question I was going to ask you a minute ago. I don't think it was a bad challenge, by the way. I think it's a tough call to make in that moment.
Mhm.
But the question I was going to ask you, if you recall, when the foul was committed and Schroeder was going to the free throw line and there was that moment of whether he was going to challenge or not, I think the clock said 2 seconds.
Mhm.
So they got 1.6 back on the review. Would that have happened without the challenge?
Probably not. Probably not.
But you're still comfortable with essentially half that time if you have the timeout.
Absolutely. Taking it on the side in the front court. Absolutely. That's worth more. That's worth more than the 1.6 seconds, in my opinion. I thought it was a terrible challenge, and all
Man,
those.
I don't think it was terrible
Because the probability, weighing the probability
of them actually admitting they were wrong,
Yeah.
and that's where I kept going, because obviously that was the discussion through the whole review: is this a mistake? And the thing that even this guy, I just don't think they're going to admit that it was wrong. I don't think in that situation, because those officials in the review room, they're going to publicly back this crew if it's close enough.
And there was contact made.
Well, and then how? I guess we've got to start taking history into account. You just mentioned the Keegan Murray play. There was literally no contact between Keegan Murray and Lauri Markkanen. None. Zero. He did not touch him at all. And the last 2-minute report, which is the same crew that's watching in Secaucus, gave it the thumbs up. That's probably stuff Mike has to take into account.
You can't put it in their hands. And I know we got to go, but Mike.
Oh, I didn't even realize. My God, we really do.
Mike was peer pressured into that.
I think he was too. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about this. Will Z's going to join us here later on this hour. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Phone lines are open as well. We'll get to football. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And had that clock pulled up here, Jay. Sorry. I thought I was going to pass out in that flat stick place. It was hot, bro. Like hot. Like when Kenny left, I was just like, I need to go get some air. This is a lot.
And maybe they turned on the heater that day. It was cool when I went that one the other weekend.
It's cool. It's cool if you're doing something in there, or the music is different. And we like the DJ. DJ is playing.
Yeah, DJ was cut. Yeah,
he's doing his thing. But I mean, some of the stuff like it's not my vibe. So, and yeah, you know, if you're a lot of people there and you guys are just, you know, talking it up, that's dope. But I think it's probably even better if you're like participating in the.
Yeah, if you have the games and all that different stuff.
It's a nice spot, though. It's really cool. I'm glad that it's there.
There's a lot of great stuff. Echo and Rig was on point.
Oh, man. Echo and Rig
that was on
popping.
Yeah, that was on point. That was everything we
I had never been there before. That was before a game and everything. That was live.
Damar Hamlin released from the hospital.
Man.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh, is this true? Do we have confirmation? I gotta see it. I don't think that's the same guy. Because they're saying Victor is in here. I think this is a different Victor that you guys are seeing. Because I thought he was an orange Abby.
He was also just a Victor with no last name. Yeah, that's our guy, Victor Gutierrez. He's here. The other one was Victor, no last name. If anybody, alert everyone named Victor that you know.
Victor said he was in the red hot club seats. Okay. I see you. Who are these people? Any of the kids watching home from school, what's going on? How you guys doing today? A lot of schools out today.
Because of the weather, or is it's a day off?
Yeah, weather related.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that. We could vote on it. Well, the Kings play the night before. The 49ers play a playoff game the day before. So
we were here last year.
Actually, do they play?
No.
Are they Saturday?
They're Saturday. I think weren't we here last year?
I think so. Yeah, I think we were. Okay.
That reminds me.
It's the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just realized I got to be at another game on Friday the 20th for the whole thing. Scheduled loss.
Damn.
Scheduled loss. Coming up at the final hour of the show, James Ham will be with us sometime following a shoot around today, and we've got tickets when the Sacramento Kings take on all of Canada on January 25th. So we'll have those in the final hour of the show. Just lock in 916-909-1320. Save that phone number, whether you're listening on the Odyssey app at 1320 a.m. or you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live. We'll be able to get those tickets to you again in the final hour. We'll shift our attention to the NFL and to the San Francisco 49ers and to the crazy amount of news that is coming in here today. We'll mention this before we get back to the Sacramento Kings and Mike Brown and god-awful defense. Damar Hamlin has been discharged from the hospital in Cincinnati and is returning home to Buffalo. That's tremendous news. It was an incredible reminder how amazing sports can be when the Buffalo Bills took the opening kickoff to the house yesterday.
Yeah.
And then when the Buffalo Bills research team discovered it had been 3 years and 3 months since the last time the Buffalo Bills did that. That's just it's those sports moments, man, that give you goosebumps, given everything that went on over the course of the last 6 days or so. And I thought Nance called it perfect. He said, this is storybook. This is a storybook start to this game. And I thought that was a tremendous play, a tremendous moment, a tremendous call. It was flawless.
That was a hell of a moment. I luckily, I got to watch that, it was on the red zone and they stayed with the kickoff for that. And to see that, I was like, oh man, is he really going to go on the opening play? And that was a great moment. Great moment.
There were no great moments on Saturday night at the Golden One Center. They were well, that's not true. Of course, if you were a Laker fan, you had a great time. There were a lot of them there. They were loud there and they were obnoxious. But LeBron James put on he just put on another performance at the Golden One Center. He's put on some incredible performances in Sacramento. And if LeBron had beaten the Kings on the final play, it's LeBron James. I get you can't stop LeBron. No one can.
Mm-mm.
But the fact that Dennis Schroeder was doing Thomas Bryant, the fact that these dudes
Thomas Bryant is the one.
were going off was infuriating. And that Lakers team is playing good basketball right now.
Thomas Bryant is the one. Dennis Schroeder, like
Dennis Schroeder's capable. We've seen it before.
Like we've seen it a number of different times in his career. Thomas Bryant, 29 and 14. I mean, yeah, he didn't miss or whatever, but that's unacceptable. That is unacceptable for him to go off that way. And that was surprising to see.
Perhaps even more frustrating is the fact that Domas had 25, 12, and 7, and it all went for nothing. Of course, he fouled out late. De'Aaron Fox had 34 points and 9 assists. An incredible fourth quarter from De'Aaron Fox, 12 of 14 from the line. He continues to be the closer. He continues to be the finisher. He continues to be all those clever little nicknames that they're coming up with the broadcast. He's living up to every single one of them. But this team's defense is putting them in positions where, like I looked this up today. I was like, what was Kenny's number? It's 14. They had 14 threes. Not only did they hit 14 threes, they had 5 more than Los Angeles did. And they couldn't win that game. That's how problematic the defense has become.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and like I said, that was a Kings game, for better or for worse. Like that's the way they play. And they couldn't get one stop.
Can't be that bad defensively.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, they gave up, what was it, 61% from the field on the Lakers?
Goodness gracious.
Or the Lakers scored 61%.
61%. Yep.
I mean, that's just terrible. That's terrible.
70 to 48 points in the paint.
That's terrible. They have to find some type of way to improve. And I know I stated the obvious, but like we can't keep complaining about it and doing the same things.
Weren't they better defensively earlier in the season?
I thought so.
So why are they so bad now?
Because they don't play the same people. It's not the same. Those things aren't the same no more. For whatever reason they are. People have their reasons, whatever. They don't have the same rotations. They just don't play the same people.
Okay.
And we like I've talked about, and it's not Metu is this great defender, or Terrence Davis is this great defender, or something like that.
Oh, I'm glad Terrence Davis ain't going to ever see the basketball floor again in a Kings uniform.
Man,
they have him. It was so infuriating. Like it just goes to what we were talking about last week. It was a 2-day discussion on this rotation, and I think you were bringing up that he's got these guys like in their heads. Terrence Davis passed up 3 perfect Terrence Davis shots. The first shot he finally took was like, all right, like it wasn't a bad shot. I think he missed it. It wasn't a bad shot.
I missed them all.
The other 3 were significantly better.
Right.
He passed up all of them, and then he was just in a long line of Kings defenders that was terrible. And I pulled him out. I was like, we ain't never going to see Terrence again.
No.
Mike's got these, and this is where I think we can, because you said this, a week or two ago. Mike has pressed all of the right buttons all off season. All season. This is the first time he's pressed the wrong button.
That was the wrong button. My bad.
He's got.
That's what he's done.
That's when he accidentally blocked Leasy. That's what it was. Like, which, by the way,
he accidentally blocked Matt.
Blocking Leasy was one of the funniest moments in show history last week. That was just absolute comedy, because I swear it was an accident. We saw Leasy on Saturday night. But yeah, Mike's hit the wrong button. He's off here. And I don't know if there's a discussion he needs to have with those individuals. I don't know if there's a discussion he hasn't had with the individuals. I'm guessing he didn't have it before Saturday, because there was no one there to take Terrence's place. Malik was out. But by the way, James Ham report Malik at shoot around, all good to go tonight. So Malik
That's
back in
good to
action
know.
after missing one game. But Malik wasn't there on Saturday. That
Right.
was Terrence Davis's night. We were talking about this. If Malik's not playing, this is Terrence Davis's
Yep.
night.
That was his opportunity.
And he's still I guess he had I don't know if it was the fear of Mike Brown, the fear of failure. It was the fear of something, because he looked terrible and completely in his head.
Yeah.
In the minutes that he played.
Yeah. And that's and like I said, it's not like these guys are world beaters. But I just looked at the way
Terrence Davis is a hell of a lot better than what we saw the other night. He might not be a world beater. There's a fine line between the two.
Absolutely. And it just goes back to how they were playing and how they're playing now. If Terrence Davis and Chimezie Metu, and I'm not even going to put KZ Okpala in there because he actually does play defense, but if Metu and Terrence Davis weren't playing defense and the Kings were balling, by all means, they need to continue to sit, because this team's going to work. They're handling business. And if they can't get with it, then they can't play, by all means. But the way that you're handling those two, who were a part of the success early in the season, the way that you're handling them now has not resulted in W's. It hasn't resulted in good play. The defense has been just as poor with everybody else as it has been with them. The shot selection, has been questionable with everybody else as it was with those two. So my thought would be, hey, we need to find a way to get back to how we were playing when we were playing our best. And those two were a part of it. And it just strengthened the roster as a whole and the rotation as a whole. But it gave them, I think this team plays, if they can get some good momentum on the offensive end, they get some stops on the defensive end. In a small dose, we saw that in the fourth quarter. They used what they were doing on the offensive end to kind of propel the stops they needed to get that game back to a tie game. They helped that LeBron James was out too, but they were still getting those stops. I think they feed off of what they do offensively to at least have those spots where they play well on the defensive end. And I think those two could help. But I mean, Mike Brown he's got to figure out something. He's got to figure out something, and because right now what he's doing isn't working. And if that's demanding you get more players, get a PJ Dozier or people like him, then that's something. If that's going back to Metu and Terrence Davis, then that's something. But what's going on right now is not working.
And the PJ Dozier thing is funny. He's a 10-day contract guy. We actually got some sound from him, courtesy of James Ham. We'll play for you in just a second. This doesn't have anything to do with Domas and backup center minutes. This is the stamp that we're never going to see Terrence Davis play basketball in a Kings uniform again.
Yeah,
because he's not a big. What's he like? He's a 6'6" guard.
Yeah. So I mean, whatever needs to be done to get this team winning. I don't really. I don't really care what it is. Like I said, obviously we love Terrence Davis here. We got love for Freeport here, so that's cool. But at the end of the day, the Kings got to win. So however you got to get to the Kings winning again, then you do it. But something has to change.
Yeah, I think as big of a fan of his as I am, I think it has to start with Mike. I think Mike has to have a discussion with this roster. Again, assuming he hasn't had that. He has to have a discussion, particularly with that second unit. Look, I know I've been all over the place with this is what I need from you guys. And I'm searching and searching and searching and searching, trying desperately to find it. And I know some of you guys have played big minutes and then have had DNPs. You've got to find some way to clear the air and wipe the slate clean. You have to somehow Men in Black these dudes with the beam and erase their memory and be like, all right, we've got a blank slate here. I need guys to, and I'm trying to harken back to that soundbite of defend without fouling, rebound, play within the game plan, defend. That's what I need you guys to do. And I'm going to spend the next couple of games trying to find who can do it. And if you can't do it, you're going to be right back on the bench. The only bench players that he can really, truly rely on, Trey Lyles has been, I think he's been really, really good for this team.
Absolutely.
And Davion has.
Mhm.
Like Davion has he has a place within this team, whether he has a place on the floor, whether he's scoring or not. We saw it in the Utah game. We see it regularly from Davion. But Mike's gotta. I think it starts with him, because what we saw from Terrence Davis on Saturday is not because Terrence Davis isn't a quality basketball player.
Mhm.
It's because he was playing with the weight of his career on his head,
Right.
or on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And it was as ugly could get.
And what you said is, I would twist that up a little bit and go the opposite. I would sit down with those guys and I'd say, this is what I need. This is what I need from you. In an effort of full transparency, give me your effort to try and get that done. If it doesn't work, you're going to play. Okay? You're going to play. I need you to try, though.
But you can't make that proclamation, though, because there just aren't enough minutes there for everybody. Somebody has to earn minutes.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he's doing that now. What you said, he's doing now. I'm gonna put you in. If you don't do it, I'm gonna find somebody else who's gonna get it done. And that ain't working. That's not working. So I think you need to go to Terrence and Metu and be like, look, don't worry about your playing time. I'm gonna give you this 7-game stretch. This 10 might be too long, but I'm gonna give you a stretch of games where you're gonna see minutes.
I don't even know if you have to do that. You've got tonight.
That's what
you're who I'm going to tonight.
But that's what he did with Terrence on Saturday, and that didn't work. Like, they have to know, in my opinion, he
didn't go to Terrence. He put what Terrence? Malik Monk was unavailable. What Terrence play, like 7 minutes, 8 minutes,
10 minutes. But that's what, to me, that's what he did on Saturday. He said, all right, tonight's your night. And then what that says to me as a ball player is tonight's the night, not the brat, but tonight's the night.
That's a good callback.
Yeah,
Not a lot of people remember that.
That was smash. Tonight's the night. And like you just said a little while ago, your career lies on this night. I know you were being facetious when you said, but
I think that's what Terrence thought.
That's what he felt, right? And Mike, hey man, don't worry about that. Like, play your game tonight. If you make a mistake, if you miss a shot, it's not the end of the world.
And
you're not going to not play again.
And
like,
maybe, maybe that's where it ends, though. Hey, go play your game. Go do what the team needs you to do. No promise of playing time moving forward. No promise of tonight's your night. No promise of your back. Hey, run to the street light and turn left, or whatever, like the Al Pacino line was to Willie Beeman. Like,
go back to like you're playing
in the hood. That's it. And then mama's ringing the dinner bell. Do that, like
the dinner bell,
which I think is the Willie Beeman line. Calm everybody's nerves down. Say, yo, it's basketball. This is what you've done. You're getting on the floor tonight. Get all of the other stuff out of your head and just go play. Don't worry about tomorrow's game. Don't worry about the games against Houston. Worry about defending without fouling and rebounding and playing with an strength. Worry about doing that tonight. We'll deal with Wednesday. We'll deal with Friday. But I need you to deal with tonight.
Mm-hmm. And the only reason that I say, hey, try to handle it a certain way is because I think they feel that. Like that, the reason why I say you have to verbally say the reassurance is because they don't believe. They don't like what you just said. They don't believe that.
But the thing is, if you start reassuring them with things that you can't follow through up, you're going to lose them. Like, hey, don't worry about not getting on the floor. Well, if they go out there and they do all those things and they still stink, how are you going to put them back out there?
Because everybody else is stinking.
But what I'm saying is, if you're able to wipe the slate clean with these guys, and you're able to put a combination out there, that combination is a failure. Okay, I got Keita. I can try. I'm gonna try Keita. Like,
all I'm saying is that's what you're doing right now.
I got you, but my issue is I think they're doing it with the with too much weight on them. He has to take the weight off. And I think you could take the weight off without promising them that they're going to play on Wednesday. When you're asking them to play Monday, try to eliminate Wednesday and Friday in the home stretch. Try to eliminate that as best you can. And maybe you can't. Maybe that's your whole point. Maybe you can't.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, I get it. Like, the words make perfect sense, and I get it. I'm just saying, like, in their head, possibly, like,
but
those are just words. Because, like, if I mess up, you're not going to put me back in. Like, I don't believe you when you say just play. Because if I just play and I mess up, you're not going to put me back in.
Well, I don't think the promise of, hey, you're going to play Wednesday, Friday, don't worry about that. I don't think that'll work either. And that's where I'm fearful. If you say that and you go away from it, then you've lost them forever. I don't think you've lost any of these guys. I don't think you've lost one single one of those guys. I think I don't. Like, you make the fact, I don't think he's lost them. I think he's on the verge of losing them, and which is why I think it's so imperative that you fix this. Bringing in PJ, that's not going to help this situation at all. Like, what's it look like? PJ come out and play 11 minutes tonight.
Right.
Terrence ain't seen 11 minutes in 3 weeks combined.
And Michael in the chat says, Kenny, how do we know Mike hasn't said this to TD and he just played terrible? We don't know. I don't. Maybe
I tried to preface it with
maybe
that.
these conversations have already happened. Here's
and maybe that's why Mike is perpetually frustrated.
Here's the other thing about this, coming from a player's point of view, is if first for a lot of players, if you're saying I'm not handling business and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, and you bench me and you bring in people who are, I may not like it, but I can handle it. But if you're not playing me, and I think something like this goes to TD, but even more to somebody like Metu. If you're not playing me and we're still giving up 61% from the field, come on. I got a problem with you. I got a problem with you. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? Because you get mad at me for something that everybody else is giving up. Thomas Bryant didn't put up 29 and 14 on Metu. And I'm not saying bench those guys. I'm just saying, how are you going to hold me to a certain standard when the entire team is playing the same exact way?
And it's always important when we have conversations like this to point out there's stuff that happens every day that we don't see.
Absolutely.
And if that stuff factors into what this coaching staff is deciding to do, or what Mike Brown is deciding to do, how bad must it be? Because I know what we can actually see.
Right.
So how bad is what we can't see that's pushing you to make these decisions?
Right. Yeah. And you know, it's one of those things, and it's tough because, like you mentioned, we don't have all the information. But even if I'm Mike Brown, and even if somebody isn't doing something that I'm asking them to do in practice, to a certain degree, right? Like, you can't be like insubordinate. I'm not saying any of these guys are, but you can't be that and then expect to play. But if they're just not practicing the way I want them to, or doing things in practice, at what point, as Mike Brown as the coach, do you kind of get away from that and say, well, I gotta try this? Because that's really my whole thing, is what you're doing right now. You can complain about, I need to find some guys, this all. What you're doing right now, the DMPs, sometimes KZ plays, sometimes he doesn't. That's not working. So what are we going to do? Are we going to keep trying that and doing it that way? Or are you going to try and find a different solution? So he might continue. It may be one of those things, to be honest with you, Damian, where he says, I believe in the way I'm going about it and the rotations right now. I think that's best for the team. And these guys have to find a way to play better. Okay. All right. That is a realistic outlook on it as well, where, man, I hear D'Lo and Casey all the time, Metu and T. I'm telling you, that's not it. These guys that are playing, that's the best way, and they've got to figure it out. That may be true, and that could be the case. But I don't know. There may be a time when you have to look at it and be like, all right, I thought this was the case, but maybe I need to try something a little different.
And what's the rest of the coaching staff saying as well?
Challenge it.
916-909-1320. Let's check in with Kamara here really quick. Kamara, what's happening, man? Kings in Orlando tonight at the Golden One Center.
Oh,
I mean, if there's not a time for me to call, it would be like this game, right? It'd be this game for me to call. But you know, man, like, listen, I hear you, KC, about like Mike Brown and got to figure out. But honestly, it comes down to the players. I really was thinking about this weekend. I was going to text you, D. De'Aaron and just the team in general, they find themselves in unfamiliar territory of actually playing competitive basketball in January. And this is a new place. And I think De'Aaron's been playing great ball. But as we see, like once it gets to a certain time of the year, especially after All-Star break, and you know, just being a hoop fan, you know, DKC, like it gets the intensity starts ratcheting because everybody start looking for playoff position. You know what I mean? Even like you see LeBron now.
I'm glad you said that. I want you to remember that. I'm gonna get that because Casey said something. Casey said something similar, and we're gonna go back to that. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so I feel like this team has to realize the games are not going to come easy anymore. Like they're not. It don't matter what the team's schedule is. I mean, the team's record is. Teams are starting to get to that turn of the calendar year and be like, listen, seeding's important, and you cannot come out and not execute. You cannot come out and have costly turnovers. You cannot come out and lose possessions on the defensive end, and that takes concentration. There's no scheme that Mike Brown can do to get this team to focus more than the players themselves. That's just what it is.
I agree with Kamara. I absolutely agree with Kamara, but I got to ask Kamara and everybody else a couple questions.
All right. Well, you can ask those questions. You can even ask him to Will Z. He joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This is hilarious. I just got a notification from Instagram. We got a new follower.
Oh, shout out IG.
Yeah, it was Olivia. Hey, yo, hey.
Well, thank you for
Thanks,
following us. We greatly appreciate it.
Man,
thank you.
Glad we won your trust. Let's get our man Will Z in here. William, what's happening, man?
What's up, guys? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, man.
You guys hold up with the storm all right?
Yeah, we were fine.
Nice.
We've been lucky.
Good. Yeah, I had one small section of fence fall down, but I was able to prop it back up. Like, just hold out a little bit longer. Come on.
Yeah. That happened. Like I don't want to challenge Mother Nature at all. I don't want any problems with Mother Nature. I really don't. So I'm not. This isn't a challenge, Mother Nature. I'm just saying I still haven't seen anything like New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve was, at least where I was at, that was great. That knocked down my fence. The rest of my fence has been able to stay up so far.
Did you just leave it down and like
put
this thing up when it's over?
Yeah. We ain't gonna get started on that till like March.
It's gonna be weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the dog, so it was like immediate fix for me yesterday.
Yeah, but New Year's Eve was crazy, and I keep waiting for it. Like I heed all the warnings and listen to them. They're like about to be crazy, so I don't take none of them for granted. But so far, that's been the craziest night. Saturday night was kind of crazy too, though. Driving home, that was a little wild.
Yeah. Oh, I finally put together the D'Lo and KC trifecta stat. So I have the numbers for when the Kings hit 0-3 to 3-3 on the threes, assists, and fast break points.
Good stuff. This J Solo fences may be easy to repair, but when there's no wood, like there wasn't 2 years ago, that's where you have a problem. I don't know what's going on now, but last time our fence went down, it took forever because the guy was like, yeah, there's a shortage right now. We can't get to it. I don't even like the chatty house is, in my head so much. I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say what the shortage is. Jesse. I don't want to say. I don't want to say there was a shortage on wood. I don't want to say
Oh, they're in your head.
Dealing with a sophomore class.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. They were taxing people too. Crazy.
That's wild. I'm not at any games probably the whole week, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know. I don't think I'm back till next Friday, to be honest.
Likewise.
All right, hang on, Will. Live on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can also check us out on Facebook Live. Go follow us at D'Lo and Casey on Instagram. I think we have a Facebook page too. Should probably work on that. Should probably have a D'Lo and Casey Facebook page. Should just have pages everywhere.
Pages everywhere.
You should literally be able to find us anywhere on the planet. You can go to DLOandKC.com and watch the show. We welcome in our buddy Will Z, ESPN 1320 statistician. He previews every single game by the numbers. Will, how concerning are the numbers?
Oh, man. The Magic are probably, them and the Raptors, I think, are just the teams that scare me the most. It's a tough matchup for them. Especially with the recent narrative around Kings points in the paint. So last time the two teams played, the Magic scored 78 points in the paint, which is the most that the Kings have allowed all season. They catch a break with Bol being out, at least last that I saw. But it's just their length is so unique and seems like an Achilles heel for the Kings almost.
I don't know if the numbers can show this or not, but earlier in the season, the Kings were rebounding really well, defensively, and I don't know about offensively, but it seemed like defensively they were doing a really good job on that. Are the numbers still the same, or have they gone down? Like the fact that they have a problem on the boards, or a problem with like is the rebounding issues? Is there really an issue, or is it just kind of our figment of our imagination?
Yeah, they've always been bad at offensive rebounds. But for rebounding now on the season, they're getting 32.9 defensive rebounds a game, which is 18th in the NBA. And you're right, earlier they were pretty high in the standing or in the rankings for defensive rebounding. It looks like in the last few games, they've gotten defensive rebounds 21 against the Lakers. 32, 33, 33, 28, 23, 31. So it's just dipped compared to earlier in the season. They're around 37, 38, 35. So yeah, you nailed it, Kenny.
78 points in the paint on November 5th against the Orlando Magic. They gave up 78 points in the paint.
Jeez.
And they gave up, what did we just say, 70 on Saturday night against the Los Angeles Lakers. What is there anything in particular? Is there a particular number, a particular player? Is there anything in particular that really stands out to you when it comes to the Kings defense, or perhaps in this case, more specifically, when it comes to the Kings interior defense?
Yeah, what stands out to me is really the percentages. It's not just that raw number of 78 or 70. It's that the Kings are allowing teams to shoot in the restricted area 69.7%. That's the fourth highest, and 45.6% in the non-restricted paint area, which is the fifth highest. So if it were one thing where it just accumulates because of just more shot attempts, that's one thing, but it's just the high percentages that other teams are getting.
Yeah, I mean, And that's twofold, right? That's I said this last year. People talk about rim protection, and they're not wrong about that. But a lot of that is also penetration.
Right.
Driving into the lane and getting those opportunities. I'm just a believer, of the way I played the game and the way I was taught. It's on your guards. That's on wing guys. They've got to stop penetration. It can't be all on, I'm gonna allow this guy to get into the paint and then depend on, the big guy to deter the shot or anything like that. You've got to keep guys out of the paint with how you defend on the perimeter. And it seems like that's been a bit of a struggle so far, or as of late.
Yeah. And there's no way to really find that in terms of the numbers, but it's exactly what Mike Brown said in the press conference after the Lakers game is just helping earlier. And he just seems upset at the players for not kind of following his defensive scheme almost. Again, I wish there were a way to kind of find perimeter pressure or find how many people are getting straight line drives, but it's got to start out on that perimeter, like you're saying.
Is there any good news? Like, is there any? I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
Sabonis and Fox are playing phenomenal. Like, what's good that you see in the Kings numbers recently?
I mean, the starting lineup, they have one of the best lineups in all of basketball with their starters. Like, we're talking a lot about Terrence Davis, the backup center spot, whereas last year, was it last year or the year before that you had the original epiphany, Kenny?
There's the year before. The original.
Year before? Like, that's
3 years
for
before.
that was like an epiphany
Famous we
for
need Dame Lillard epiphany.
Exactly.
Oh, that was an all-timer.
And now we're talking about like backup 7th or 8th guys on the roster. So the Kings starting lineup is still like torching it. They last I checked a few days ago, they were a plus 90, which was the third most out of any lineup in the NBA. So to me, I'll take that problem over the epiphany problems. And then just like you said, Damian Fox and Sabonis, I put this in the article. They're averaging 43 points, 17 rebounds, 12 and a half assists together. You can pencil that in pretty much every night between the two of them. And it's on 54, 34, 77% splits. So hard to be mad at that.
Well, what do you think they need, to kind of get over the hump here? Like production wise, percentages wise, like do they need more consistent play from Keegan or Harrison or Herter, or do they need the bench to find a way? Like in your opinion, what do you think will help out Fox and Sabonis or help out those starters?
Yeah, I think that the rebounds from Keegan and Harrison have been a little up and down throughout the year. So kind of more consistent rebound production from that 3 and 4 spot. And then just the bench production of Mike Brown seems to be so heavily invested on the bench defense that the offense has really sputtered from them. So to me, that's kind of the two things that stand out at first thought.
How do they win tonight? The number one reason they win tonight would be what?
3-pointers.
Oh,
It's
geez.
yeah. I mean, looking at
What?
last
So
game,
3-pointers made and 3-pointers given up. They
Right.
both work. It doesn't matter which one we're talking about.
I'm anticipating Orlando to have another high inside scoring night, just given their roster makeup. But last game, the Magic went 4 of 23 from 3, and the Kings went 15 of 40. So if they
4 of
can match,
23?
Wow.
You said that
Yeah.
you said Orlando went 4 of 23.
Mhm.
Weren't they up
Yeah.
20 in that game?
Yeah.
it's pretty wild. That surprised me when I look back at it.
Wow.
And they're below average. They're like 18th in terms of 3-point percentage on the season. So I think the Kings should win that battle. But if the Magic are going to get going inside, then the Kings have to make up for that difference from beyond the arc.
I think
Goodness gracious.
the first time they played, I meant to pull this.
I
up.
have the numbers if you need some.
I know for a fact Cole Anthony didn't play. Did Terrence Ross play the first time they played?
Cole Anthony did not play. Terrence
Yes.
Ross did
Yes.
play. He played 15 minutes in that game. He was 0 for 2.
Gary Harris was the other one I think didn't play that first time.
Gary Harris didn't
Yeah,
play.
they were hurt. So Cole Anthony is back. Gary Harris is back. So I say that. When
Interesting enough, Mo Bamba didn't play in that game either.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
DMP CD.
You
My, how times have changed.
So Markelle Fultz also didn't play that first time.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
they
he
had
wasn't
a lot
back
of those,
yet.
They had a lot of those guards not playing the first time, which that made me think about when you talked about them only making 4 threes.
Right.
You know, they didn't have a lot of those guards who might hit some threes out there. Also, with those guards that didn't play, it's kind of who they are, but they're also forced to play super big the way they did. You know, so now with those 3 guards back, maybe we won't see as big of lineups from the Magic as we did the first time, because Cole Anthony's going to get his minutes, Gary Harris going to get his, and Markelle Fultz will get his. And that may balance things out as far as like going with a big lineup or a small lineup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
and-
could.
Go
Well,
ahead, Damien.
do you have anything on PJ? Have you dug into? I mean, I hate doing this. And God bless me, he's a 10-day contract guy. I didn't want to put you to work too much, but were you able to uncover any gems?
Yeah, I looked a little yesterday after they made the signing. For guys like him, I like to look at really kind of defense and how they're doing guarding shots. So he held opponents to 4% under their season averages. That's a really good defensive metric that I like to key in on. That ranked 39th out of the 440 players who defended at least 50 field goals. So it's a really good mark. And then he made his wide open threes at 43.8%. So in terms of, I feel like that's the type of things you would be looking at. Classic like 3-and-D, spot shooting, get out there, guard on the perimeter type guy. Those are the kind of 2 things that stood out to me about him. And he's got a 6'11" wingspan for being 6'6".
Well, get back to work, man. We appreciate you as always. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
You're welcome.
All right, man. Why do Kings fans really always bring up the name Mo Bamba? I'm serious. Like, is it just because he's big?
Oh, he's big. He was highly touted coming out of Texas.
Is this the proverbial flyer I always hear so much about? Let's take a flyer on Mo Bamba.
I'd take a flyer on Mo Bamba. And I think they feel like he'd be cheap and easy to get, right? Like he wouldn't take anything but
he's not playing in Orlando. Okay.
I would take
I was just asking.
I would take a shot on Mo Bamba for the right price. Like the price would have to be you know, in my head, like a 2nd rounder. And I don't know, I don't even know if expiring would matter or whatever. Like that's the other thing. That's what we always talk about when you get into trades. The Kings don't have a lot to trade. They don't have a lot of anything to trade. So I'm not sure what you're gonna move to get Mo Bamba or anybody else outside of Harrison Barnes. But
yeah, that's not the deal.
no. So but I would take a flyer on Mo Bamba. I think he's a guy that, for all intents and purposes, you know, maybe he just needs to be in a better situation. You see that from
it's possible
from guys like kind of like, it's hard to say it right now, but like Bismack Biyombo, who I thought struggled a lot in Charlotte. I think that's where he was before, and looked like a bust of a signing. He wasn't maybe worth the deal that he signed for production wise. But, you know, people, they wiped him out. And he came to Phoenix as like the 3rd center and, you know, put in some valuable minutes in their playoff run last year, I think it was. I'm not saying Mo Bamba's this, but JaVale McGee was looked at as an outcast for a lot of the time till he got to Golden State and kind of found a certain role. So that's the hope, because I still think Mo Bamba's like 20. If I had to guess, he's like 22 maybe. He's still pretty young, so I think that's where it comes from.
You're listening to D-Lo. I'm not terribly against it. It's just like there's something who really want to see that happen. And it's like, wow.
What's the other guy they always want?
Jonathan Isaac, who's played 1 game, I think, in 12 years. He's Trey Lance essentially at this point. Sorry, that's
damn Trey. Look, oh my God!
Oh my God!
You're listening to Debo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. Just deviate real quick. Adam Schefter tweeted the Texans have put in permission requests to interview 49ers defensive coordinator Demeco Ryan for their head coaching job. I hope Demeco Ryan tells the Houston Texans to go straight to hell. And I hope he relays to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan tells the Houston Texans to go straight to hell also.
Well, you gotta take the interview. You gotta take the interview.
You don't. You do. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Demeco, I think, does. Is a guy that's probably going through this for the first time.
He's definitely, yeah.
So you gotta take the interview.
He's gonna get a lot of requests.
I'll be honest with you. I talked about this earlier. I don't think Houston is hiring Demeco Ryan. Let's just say that.
Ain't gonna be 4 for 4?
No. No. The Texans.
Romeo was a interim coach, so it was kind of all right. Like it's fine. The perception, I think, lost in all of the Deshaun Watson stuff, the Deshaun Watson self-inflicted stuff, was everything leading into it. It's like, I don't want to be with this organization. This organization has a stench to it that I don't think he openly spoke about, but he told people about it, and that was relayed publicly.
Yeah. And
so the Romeo thing was like, okay. And then they hired David Culley. I was like, all right, this is a lose-lose proposition for David Culley. Other than his bank account, that's ultimately what happened. He lost. Then they hired Lovie Smith, which I did think was confusing, but I was like, okay, Lovie Smith, another shot. Clearly there's reason. And then they fire him. And so now you've got this look, since firing Bill O'Brien, you had Romeo Crennel for a couple of months, you had David Culley for a year, and you had Lovie Smith for a year. That's 3 black head coaches that didn't see a second season.
They're not going.
This is the house that get out.
Yeah.
This. Don't go. Get out. Call your security guard friend and get the hell away from this house.
Right. Yeah. He ain't gonna get invited to the house. Like, that's the other side of that. They ain't going down that lane again. I saw the vacancies as of right now.
Demeco Ryan's gone though.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. I tweeted that out earlier, and it's nothing on him, but
Colts, Panthers.
The Colts aren't doing it.
Cards.
The Panthers aren't doing it. The Cardinals aren't doing
it. Broncos.
No.
Broncos clearly have their sights set high.
Well, one of them. So here's the deal. This is just my opinion. Could be completely wrong. I think Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh are going to take jobs. I don't know if it's Colts and Broncos or Broncos, Panthers, whatever. I think those are 2 jobs gone. We already laid out why we don't think it's going to be the Texans. And then you got the
Harbaugh played in Indy,
yeah,
right?
Then you got the Cardinals, which is a possibility, but I don't think so.
Doesn't seem to fit.
Yeah, I don't think so. You may have the Rams.
Yes, that was an interestingly timed report.
So there's that. I think Demeco's got maybe a year left. I think he's gonna have to wait 1 more year. It's just my guess. I think it's gonna be like Robert Saleh after 2019, because everybody after 2019 was like, Saleh's gone, and just nothing really lined up the right way, and he came back in 2020. And then he was gone. I think that's what's going to happen for Demeco.
Bill Belichick announced he's coming back. It's been quiet out of Washington. I was wondering if Ron Rivera wouldn't be back, but I guess that organization has other issues to deal with besides their head coaching one.
They always do.
Hey, we'll get back to the Kings. I'm looking down. Two things. Maybe they're related. Maybe they're not. One. Is Tampa Bay going to beat Dallas this weekend?
You saw that stat too? That's a crazy number.
Is Tampa Bay beating Dallas this weekend? And 2, if they do, is Mike McCarthy fired?
I don't know. My first thought is no, he's not fired. It's my first thought.
Mm.
I don't know, though. I don't know.
They lose to Tampa. I think Mike McCarthy is fired. I'm really starting to think the Cowboys are going to lose to Tampa Bay.
That's a tough spot for them. That's a tough spot for them. That's going to be a
tough spot for the Raiders or for I'm sorry, tough spot for the Cowboys or for the Buccaneers?
For the Cowboys.
That's
a tough spot.
I was watching that debacle yesterday. Like, are they really doing this?
Dak, Matt Schwab, Prescott. How many games in a row is that now? What a big 6.
That is one of the craziest stats of all time. What was it, like 5 or 6 straight games that he did that? Amazing.
Dak has got to be a 3 now.
That's incredible.
Jeez.
Let's get Big Al in here. I can't wait to talk more about that this week. 916-909-1320. Our brother Big Al, what's happening, man? Are you calling to gloat?
Hi. Yeah, give me a little extra time because first, I'm not going to rub anybody's face in it. That was a very good game. I mean, in some respect.
No, it wasn't.
All right. Well, whatever. I mean, it was. There was no semblance, as the great KC and I said. That's not the way we were taught how to play defense. There's some wackery out there in the court for that. And I know why my Lakers can't play defense in certain positions. So, but real quick back to that. I had almost a bet with my buddy. I swear I said, how does Jerry Jones stay, okay with all his beautiful Cowboy fans? I mean, he will not take the blame, even though we know that he likes to call shots. McCarthy, if he loses to Tampa Bay, he's got to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, who do you bring in? Because Sean Payton, and he'll make great money. Right. He'll make great money. But my goodness, he gets no say because behind the scenes, Jerry is one of the great puppet masters of all time.
It's a good point.
He's just calling shots back there. I mean, he doesn't give you any autonomy, even for a great coach like Sean Payton. I never liked McCarthy anyway, but anyway, Sean Payton. I just don't get it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Aren't they boys though?
I think they are.
I think
I think they absolutely are.
I think he'd turn over a little control. I do think he's turned over a lot of control to Steven, by the way. And I could be wrong on that. Cowboy fans can correct me. But I think he has given Steven a lot more say in terms of football operations. And maybe Steven is willing to open things up with a coach the caliber of Sean Payton. When was Bountygate? Because this has been in the making since then.
The actual Bountygate was 2011.
So the suspension was
probably
after
2012, 2013, something like that.
That's 10 years.
Yeah.
If we go with 13, that's 10 years.
Yeah.
This has been talked about for 10 freaking years. I think it's going to happen.
He was suspended for the whole year, wasn't he?
He's the only person, he's the only person that I can remember who took a Roger Goodell suspension and just took it and just said, fine, I don't want to be a distraction. I'll take it. He's the only one who didn't appeal it. Sean, and he got a movie out of it. That I don't know one person who's actually sat down and watched.
That played with King of Queens.
Kevin James. Kevin James, for reasons known to absolutely no human being on earth, played Sean Payton.
Bizarre. That was bizarre. I mean, maybe the thing that I always think about, and he could be super, really removed for that. We talk about when was Bountygate. What I'm about to say is longer than that. But the thought was always, people were always like, Jerry Jones brings in a puppet, brings in a puppet. And then he brought in Parcells. He said, I'm going to do what you guys always tell me to do. And it did not work. And he said, I'll never do that again. Like that's.
But it did work.
Well,
the Parcells thing?
He didn't win a championship.
And no, and well,
so he said, what's the point? Dave Campo got me here. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he did. But
I don't think he did either.
But
like that was always the thought, is he tried it with Parcells. It didn't work. I'm not doing that no more.
I'll stall Jerry out on this because I heard this. I read this somewhere. I read this story like multiple times in the Bill Parcells era. Parcells did not want DeMarcus Ware. And I don't remember if they moved back up or had it, or for some reason DeMarcus was it. He did not want DeMarcus Ware. Jerry did. Jerry was adamant that they get DeMarcus Ware. And so much is made of the Johnny Manziel draft where he slapped his son on the leg and said, you don't take risks. And they drafted like Zach Martin, who was all pro his first year. But I was like, wow, Parcells didn't want. I mean, and Parcells built that team for what, like 5 or 6 years. You know,
Yeah.
he was
And
the Tony Romo.
I'll make the argument though that it didn't work with Parcells. They didn't win a playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't win a playoff game with they didn't win a playoff game with Wade Phillips.
But that's my whole point. Like
with that roster. Oh.
But I'm saying that's my whole point. People were like Wade Phillips and all these other. You got puppets in here, and he came in with Parcells, and he still didn't win a playoff game. So he's like, I'm not.
But that roster, when Parcells took over, though, that roster was rough. That was like maybe not as bad as the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. That team stunk when Parcells took over.
Probably so.
He built,
he got them to 2 playoff appearances.
The year they switched to Romo was the year of the Seattle kick, and he made the switch from Bledsoe to Romo in the against the Giants at halftime. That team could have won the Super Bowl. That team ending the season was as good. And I think it was the Seahawks that went to this. That team could have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But yet they didn't even win a playoff game.
The next year was 13-3.
13-3. Because T.O. came in and Parcells just decided, I quit. I don't want any part of this.
But was Parcells there? Maybe he wasn't. But who was there when they closed out Texas Stadium
and got Ravens, embarrassed?
Yeah. The Ravens, and I think it was like a playoff spot was on the line. I thought that was Parcells. I feel like that was like his last season.
It might have been Parcells. I feel like his last season was the Seattle kick, wasn't it?
No, because it was 13-3.
But I think they were 13-3 with Wade Phillips.
It might have been. I don't remember it like I remember Niners history. So it might have been Wade Phillips.
We'll look that up. We'll look that up. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more football. By the way, everybody wants to make a Bledsoe comparison when it comes to Jimmy/Trey and Brock Purdy and all of the Tom Brady. I think the more applicable comp right now is Tony Romo. Bledsoe getting replaced by Tony Romo and what happened that year. I'll explain why I think that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. Sacramento's real sports leader, by the way, not the one who just comes up with a cute fucking catchphrase 2 days after the other station does it.
So that's why I was like, nah, bro.
So it was like, fuck them.
And then I said, bitch.
Oh, man. Yeah, where we still logo, slogans, and contents. Y'all can have that shitty logo. That's why we got away with it. But y'all really called yourself something you're not.
There's no metric.
None.
There's not one metric.
None.
Running laps.
I got the
around
metrics in front of me.
There's not one metric where that says that's factual.
Does anyone watching right now have or use an HD radio? Just curious about
So that's like the little thing that you could put in your car.
Some newer cars come with it. Yeah. You know, if people still go to Best Buy and get stereos, like you could get newer radios with it. Obviously, electric vehicles have it. There's boxes like the ones out there that have it. Jordan says that's not a thing. It very much is. David said Ryan has one. Mrs. Mac 10. No. We have an HD radio in our Kia. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Tyler says no. No. Clint, satellite radio and HD radio aren't the same. There's a lot of no's.
With, satellite radio.
Andrew says yes.
They used to you bought the adapter and you hooked it on to your radio.
Oh, the Sirius thing,
Yeah,
the satellite
when
thing.
they first
Yeah.
started.
Yeah. You guys are smart asses. Leezy, I'm not asking about your HD television. TCG, he's got one in the ride. Okay. I'm just curious. We obviously push it a lot because it works in electric vehicles, but I was listening to 102, their HD station, on the way in today. I was like, who programs this? Does anyone program it? I want to program it. Like it was scattered. Like the voice comes on and goes, Love Train, classic R&B and so, and then like SZA came on. I was like, wait a minute. And then they played like a Luther Vandross like album cut. Like what is this?
Oh, 102.5.
On HD, not
HD.
not this one
the
on the
with
HD
the old
one.
School,
yeah, the old school logo.
Old school logo.
Yeah. The fuck is HD radio? Does your voice sound more like Silk? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It sounds really good.
Yeah, it sounds great.
It sounds really good. You know, we brought in James Ham like days after he left NBC.
Mm-hmm.
We expanded our show to 4 hours. We launched on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. Not one fucking time have we ever told you we have a huge announcement. Or like a new era is on the way. Landscape changing. We've never once insulted your intelligence that way. Good Lord, man. Oh, here's the trifecta stat. That's true. We've never let anybody in Phoenix tell us to change our station name.
Damn, they need to do what we say. They need to make a priority what we say is a priority. It'd be great.
Over under, I'm excited to see Paolo for sure. I'm just hoping he doesn't drop 40. We're zoo animals. This just in from Will Z. He ran some numbers on our trifecta stat. Our D'Lo and KC Will Z numbers here. 27 assists, 12 made threes. And Will Z has 16 fast break points.
Yep.
Kings are when they hit 0 of those goals, they're 1-5.
Oof.
When they hit one of those numbers, they're 1-5.
Not good enough.
2 out of 3, 11-5.
Okay.
And then when they hit all 3, they're 7-3.
Damn. They need to just straight up listen to us.
Hey, I'm a big fan of Mike Brown, but if I have to take over,
you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I mean, we got to take over because I'm not doing it by myself.
Damian said that this week, and he said, I'm a big fan of this guy. Not Mike Brown. He said, I'm a big fan of this guy, but if I have to slap somebody up, I'll do.
Did I say that this weekend? Who did I say it about? I don't even remember who it was. Oh, I remember who it was. Yeah. We found out someone was popping off at the mouth. Like, hey, if your voice gets a little too loud, we got company. If we got to say something, we'll say something. Don't bother us a bit.
I was like, okay, that's what we doing. That's what we doing.
Yeah,
we
do.
Hey, man. Yeah, they need to listen to us.
7-3.
Take care of business.
Well, I know one of
the ball around.
One of those losses was, I don't remember. It was a couple days ago.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't Atlanta, was it?
It might have been Atlanta. It might have been.
I don't know why I asked these questions. Like I don't have every single box.
Because I remember
they
hit one of. Was it the first Denver? Maybe it was the first Denver. I don't know, but they hit them, and they didn't win. And I was like, damn. I think, and maybe it was.
It wasn't. It wasn't Atlanta.
It might have been the first Denver game because I thought that was relatively high scoring too. Well, no, it was like 113.
Definitely wasn't a Grizzlies game.
113, 107 or something like that.
Let's see, Denver. No, it wasn't Denver either. It doesn't matter. It happened relatively recently, but there's the numbers from the trifecta stat. We'll talk a lot more, and don't let me forget. I want to get back to something we were talking about last week that Kamara brought up again earlier about veteran teams kind of ramping it up here as we get closer to the All-Star break and come out of that. So I do want to get to that. But the regular season came to a conclusion. Obviously, NFL news is pouring in here. But the San Francisco 49ers were in the playoffs at the 2 seed, and they'll take on the Seattle Seahawks on Saturday.
Hey, man, I said last week this was the team that I wanted to see most.
More than New York?
Seahawks. Well, no, not more than New York. But
your coach of the year?
Hey, my coach of the year. I got a coach of the year.
You should. You absolutely should.
But
October 23rd.
I haven't lost since.
October 23rd.
2022.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
We're in a new year.
This football team has not lost since October 23rd.
They've
lost a quarterback. They have not lost a football game.
Balling.
They've lost wide receiver 1.
Mm-hmm.
They have not lost a football game. They might have lost Elijah Mitchell 2 or 3 times in that run. They have not lost a football game.
Hey, man, these guys have been cooking. 10 wins in a row. The storied history of the San Francisco 49ers. That's never happened. They've never won 10 in a row.
The reason they haven't lost the football game since October 23rd is what? I feel like I can answer you. I set you up for a question. I just desperately wanted to answer.
Yeah.
97.
I can't.
You lost Jimmy Garoppolo. You lost Trey Lance. You lost Elijah Mitchell. You lost Deebo Samuel. And this was tough because I really wanted to say Christian McCaffrey.
I think you can make the argument. You can say Christian.
I think you can too.
Yeah.
But Nick Bosa was around the entire year, and he helped build that. Like that defense has been just incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
even in the final week of the season, in a game that meant nothing. Like
right.
they beat Cliff Kingsbury jobless. He was probably losing his job entering that game anyway, but that was, I don't care who was under center.
They had his little trick play.
That was ridiculous.
They got him a touchdown, and then they had one good drive and went 75 yards. Other than that, they just got beat down.
Speaking of trick plays, Dan Campbell coached last night's game against the Green Bay Packers exactly the way a coach should. That team was eliminated from the playoffs. He's like, we're going to win. We're going to win this game. We're going 20 seconds left, kick a field. What am I going to do? Kick a field goal and be up what?
7 or 6.
Be up 6. 7. Wasn't it 6?
No, it would have been 7. They were
be up 7.
20.
That's fine.
16. Yeah.
That's fine. And then what?
And he passed it. That's what I'm talking about.
That was such great play calling.
Like I'm big on passing on 4th and 1.
I felt like biting the kneecap after some of them play calls, man. That someone tweeted this last night. That pregame speech must have been lit from Dan Campbell.
Yeah, man. He did his thing. But I mean, that's burying the lead. Since we're gonna go there, that's burying the lead. We'll get back to
we're
gonna get back to that. No, we can get back to him later.
Okay. we're gonna get back to him. We're gonna get back to him.
But
you mentioned play calling, and it made me think, that call out.
Yeah,
Dan Campbell.
He did his thing. He did his thing.
My guy, Dan Campbell.
My guy too.
Our guy.
Yeah. Friend of the show.
Get Dan Campbell on the show, Jesse.
But
I'm sorry, they're in Sacramento.
For what?
What?
But I mean, Nick Bosa has been, I don't want to say he's been like MVP candidate worthy.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
That's not how it works, though.
Right. That's the only reason
not how it works.
Because I know it's not what's going to
He's been incredible.
He has been a complete game changer. And I had a conversation with Trysta on Saturday when we were talking about LeBron, right? And we were like, yo, he's everything they said he was going to be and then more. We've had this discussion. Like, he's better than we expected him to be when he was on SI as the golden child. Like, he's better than that, the chosen one. Nick Bosa is not LeBron James. I'm not saying that. But remember how people talked about
that year he hurt his oblique at Ohio State? Oh, that would have been like that team was going to run roughshod through college football.
Well, even you can go back to then too, and then leading into the remember how he was talked about?
Absolutely.
He was talked about as one of the biggest sure things in recent memory. And he's delivered. He is as advertised. And I didn't want Nick Bosa when it happened.
Really?
Yeah, I did. I think I wanted a quarterback. Wow. It wasn't Kyler either. I got to go back to that job. But I was like, so there was that. And then there was everything that was going on with Nick Bosa. I was like, man, I don't want to deal with this. Like, I don't want to deal with this. And like, I understood. But what do I always say too, right? Like, about, man, y'all hype up these defensive linemen all the time. And how many of them really impact, like, winning a Super Bowl? And I did a big old study about Clowney and Garrett and their teams winning playoff games, all this other stuff, right? Bosa has been all of it.
And none of those.
He's been all of it.
I like Myles Garrett a lot. He is a freak of nature. He's like a future WWE champion.
Hell, he could be a future basketball player. You see?
It's ridiculous.
Wasn't he in summer league or something like that?
He'd probably pull something if he was playing basketball, but Bosa's better than them.
He is. He's
better than both of them.
He is. He is the truth.
Arguably, he's a lot better than both of them. I think I thought it was fitting last night. 99 says goodbye, because there could have been a legitimate on the field passing of the torch last night between two of the more, because JJ, as goofy as I think it was, it had to have been Hard Knocks because the other show wasn't around then. As goofy as that whole thing was with him going to bed at 7 p.m. and pushing the sled, with the sunset perfectly framed behind him. And it's like, all right, this is dumb. But on the field, like that dude was amazing.
Yeah.
And, he got old. It's age hits quicker in those positions. You got 97 across the field from him. It's like, it's a passing of the torch right there on the field.
Absolutely.
Of Levi Stadium with JJ White to Nick Bosa.
I'm looking at this 2019 draft. I'm trying to see who I wanted. I thought it was an offensive player, but I'm not sure.
I just can't believe you didn't want Nick Bosa.
Quinnen Williams was there, and I kind of liked him. I think cause it wasn't a quarterback because they had Jimmy, right? So I was like, we don't need a quarterback. I think we need another weapon. And part of me says it was DK Metcalf, but I don't think DK was in that draft. N'Keal Harry was another guy that I looked at. I can't remember, but
regardless, you were wrong.
Yeah, dead wrong. Dead wrong. This guy he's as good as any defensive player. Like everything that people said Clowney was going to be.
Yeah.
That's what he's been.
Yeah.
He's been phenomenal. So
Completely
you saying
agree.
that he's the Niners MVP or the reason why? I mean, I can't dispute.
I would, yeah. I mean, if he'll etch out the vote that I had in my head. So it was just me voting, and I actually went through this process.
Transparency.
Yes, my last 2-minute report here. I edged out. I had to go Nick Bosa over Christian McCaffrey, and we talk regularly. We've done it with Kyle Madsen, we've done it with Chris Peterman, we've done it with Akash. How much Christian McCaffrey has changed, how much he's maybe changed the offense isn't the right word, how much he's solidified this offense. And that acquisition in the middle of the season, the continued growth that this team has showed, losing their quarterbacks is why we spent the amount of time we did last week talking about Kyle Shanahan being the coach of the year.
Yeah. I look at this playoff game now. Niners have won 10 in a row. They're a 10-point favorite against the Seattle Seahawks. They're just better than the Seattle Seahawks. It is what it is. And you know me. I mean, I'm just still and this isn't even this isn't the reverse jinx. I mean, it's one game. And Pete Carroll has been just as much as Russell Wilson was for the 49ers. Pete Carroll has been just as much of a thorn in the side of the 49ers and the 49er fans. And like I said, if I was to put money on it, I'd put money on the Niners. They should win. But Pete Carroll's still on that other sideline. And the Seattle it's going to be one of those things too, where Seattle all week is going to hear how they don't have a shot, how they shouldn't have been here. And I think they're going to come out ready to play.
What a vindicating season for Pete Carroll. There are people who had the Seahawks in the garbage after the Russell Wilson trade. And I'm sure Pete Carroll's a Hall of Fame coach. Pete Carroll's a Hall of Fame football coach.
100%.
And we talked about with one of our Seattle guys, like they hear that noise.
Mm-hmm.
The players hear that noise about it. It was all Russell Wilson. It was all Russell Wilson. It was all Russell Wilson. Pete Carroll heard that too. I think the season Pete Carroll had, I think it stamped it. Not that he needed it, but where's Russell Wilson next week? Where's Denver playing?
Hell, we mentioned, all these other guys. If I was a Seahawks fan, I could make an argument Pete Carroll could be coach of the year, getting these guys into the playoffs, considering like what they were supposed to be. People say that about Dayball, and what they thought the Giants were going to be. People thought the Seahawks were going to win like 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in the playoffs with a winning record.
Yep.
So I'm going to be perfectly clear. I think the Niners are going to win. I think they should win. I think they should win rather comfortably, right? Like, I'm not going to hide from that. But there is a healthy level of respect I have, number one, for the playoffs. Like, all these teams are in the playoffs. Even the Giants, they're in the playoffs. There's something that got them there. So there's a certain level of respect for that. There's a level of respect, even though I don't buy into it as much with this certain matchup, but playing the Seahawks for the 3rd time in a season, there's a certain level of respect I have for that. And there's a certain level of respect I have for Pete Carroll.
We say that a lot. The numbers don't really, I'm sure we can look them up. The numbers don't really bear out like oh my gosh, you don't want to play a team a third time.
I feel like we looked at that last year with the Rams.
We might have. I just remember it's not what we make of it. Like it's really not that big of a deal when you look at it. Like normally the team that won, they win the 3rd.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we can find those.
And Kyle
numbers.
Shanahan talked about that this morning. He's like, that doesn't matter.
Right.
Right. It doesn't matter. All that matters is Saturday. And if we can beat them on Saturday, or they can beat us on Saturday, whatever the case may be. So I think the Niners should take care of business. I want them to take care of business against them damn Seahawks, them damn 12s. All right. Can't stand their little asses.
Yeah.
Last time these two teams met in the playoffs, you know what happened? I need my get back.
Oh, I didn't realize. So this is their 50th matchup. If I remember, I think it was Nick Wagner's. I don't remember whose tweet it was, but only the 3rd or 2nd playoff matchup. 2nd,
I believe. Yeah, 2nd playoff.
That's amazing. Mm-hmm. That's incredible.
Well, the funny thing about it is, I'm surprised they played that many games, because the Seahawks were in the AFC for so long.
Yeah, I mean that's
a lot of games, considering they just got it. I think. Well, it's been a while now. I think I read, because I was doing this for Game Day the other day, I think they went to this realignment in 2002. It seems like it hasn't been that long, but we're looking at 20 years now.
Real quick, we'll get TC in here, 916-909-1320. Since the AFL-NFL merger in 1970, there have now been 23 occasions of a team meeting for the 3rd time after one team won the first 2 matchups. In those 23 playoff games, the sweeping team is 14-9.
It's a good record. It's not dominant, but it's a good record.
Let's see when this article was published. Yeah, this article was published last year, so that's up to date.
10 now.
14-9.
It
was
okay.
yeah. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, man? How you doing?
I'm all right. Just dialing in. I mean, you see them Niners, man, playoff Seahawks. You know?
Yeah. I mean, what you feel about your coach of the year, man? You wanted him gone after week 2.
And week 10.
Nah, I mean.
And week 14.
Look, listen, check it out. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna leave that alone to the end of the year into OTAs. You get what I'm saying with Shanahan?
Admit you were wrong. Like, what are you talking about? You're gonna leave it alone? You don't get a pass. Admit you were wrong.
Listen. I'm not gonna admit that I was wrong. Because my argument behind Shanahan wasn't about his coaching, like how he coached, and like, you know, my thing was the whole quarterback situation. I feel like he mishandled that. Not only did nobody know about Brock Purdy. Everybody loves him. I love Purdy, and I hope Purdy wins the Super Bowl. But nobody knew about Purdy was going to be the guy. You get what I'm saying? And I still believe that Jimmy Garoppolo was supposed to be gone from day one to let Trey Lance fully develop. You get what I'm saying? That was my whole argument behind the situation. Not him as a coach. It was a QB situation that he mishandled.
Well, even with that, though, TC is
backing up a semi truck. What the hell?
even with that,
TC moving boxes or something.
It's something, man. Or
the hell you doing moving boxes for?
Or he could be coming home for lunch, as we once found out, across the street from my house in the old in-home studio.
That's facts. Yes, indeed. Or he could be detonating something like Big Al.
Or saving something.
Or saving somebody. It's Big Al saving the saving the world.
Hey, the thing about all that, whether people like it or not, Lynch and Shanahan were right with all of that. They were right. Jimmy Garoppolo, it was right to bring him back.
Yeah.
And hell,
I guess
people talk about, Brock Purdy. They went out and got him. Like they made the decision. He was on the board, and they said, let's bring him in.
They don't miss at the end of drafts. They're probably in this could be an off-season discussion, and I know everyone is really eager to talk about, is Brock Purdy going to be the starting quarterback next year? That doesn't seem like a discussion that really needs to be had right now. But it's going to be. That's a conversation that's going to be had. And I think the one thing that I just can't let go of is the fact that they drafted Brock Purdy in the same draft that they drafted Trey Lance. And that...
Well, no, it was right after.
It was the year after. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You drafted a rookie quarterback. The year your figurative rookie quarterback was supposed to start.
Mm-hmm.
That says something, because that's not normally the approach.
Mm-hmm.
The approach is the old quarterback there on the roster. And of course, you wound up having Jimmy Garoppolo. You didn't know that at the time of the draft, did you?
No.
I'm trying to remember.
Jimmy was supposed to be gone. You didn't know that until the week before.
That's right, before the season started.
Yeah, no, you didn't know that. And I'm just gonna I gotta Shanahan and Lynch. I gotta say, I'm not gonna say that's happenstance, right? Because, like you mentioned, it's not normal. It doesn't really make sense to go ahead and do that. They saw something either in Trey Lance, and I would like to say they saw something in Brock Purdy to say we're gonna take him at the quarterback spot. We're gonna make this move, and man, they hit it out the park. I was thinking about that again over the weekend, about what they've done with this roster. And it's like, damn, like they took over complete destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And now because I think I was watching the Cardinals game and they were talking about the injuries. They're like too deep at everything except for maybe tight end. They're too deep in linebacker, they're too deep in defensive line. The cornerback spot, too deep. Safety spot, too deep. Wide receivers, too deep. Running backs, too deep. They got at least two guys at every spot except for the offensive line in the tight end spot. That's crazy. Like, I don't know if anybody else is going into the
Why'd you leave the stream like that?
I didn't leave
Man,
the stream.
That's cold. The StreamYard
What
literally just threw Kenny out of the stream.
What happened to me?
I guess StreamYard was sick of you. They just said, "Hey, man, you out of here, son."
It's cold as ice.
Yeah, long ago.
That is cold as ice. But I'm back now. But yeah, the Niners are too deep. Got to give all the credit in the world to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I'm gonna say John Lynch, man, because John Lynch
deserves a lot of credit.
He
Probably,
does a lot.
I think. Not exactly sure, but I'm gonna give it to him.
This game. Hey, man, it's the playoffs. You know, it's probably gonna rain. That's the equalizer. I actually think that helps the Niners out a little bit because, you know,
Christina Warner better watch out because Kenny Caraway's coming for your job.
Wow.
You've been a meteorologist for a couple months now.
You know, I know these things. I think that helps out the Niners, though. They're the better defensive team and they can run the ball better. So ironically, that would help them out. The advantages that the Seahawks may potentially have is DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And if it's less of a passing game and they're not as involved, that helps out the Niners as well. So, yeah.
There was a lot of hyperbole, and I think there still is a lot of hyperbole around Brock Purdy. But the evidence that he's a good quarterback is really starting to mount.
He's good.
Like
he's a good
the
QB.
First day was like, you guys need to calm down. This is dumb. Jarrett Stidham looked good for a game, and then we saw what happened in the second game.
Yeah.
The evidence that this dude could be a starting quarterback for a really long time. It's getting
100%. He's a good quarterback.
There's starting to be different volumes of this Brock Purdy book right now.
He's a good quarterback.
We'll come back. In all likelihood, we'll make fun of Aaron Rodgers because I've been waiting to do that since last night. We'll talk more football, and then we'll get back to the Kings as they take on the Orlando Magic. James Ham doing here shortly. Steelo and KC. Oh, we got Kings tickets as well coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Could be true.
Man, come on, man.
Could be true.
I thought we were cool,
I was like,
StreamYard. Thought we were cool.
If I were ever to exit out of StreamYard, like say on accident on this computer, would that just shut it all down?
I don't know, but I'm assuming, yeah, because it's you.
Yeah, I've always just kind of
like,
wondered.
because
not saying I'm going to. I was just, like I said, just wondering.
If you're not here, everything will fall apart. So I'm just
That's
assuming,
true. If
like,
Jesse's not here, this whole operation goes to hell. Isn't my connection the most important one?
Yeah, and then
because the board still runs everything.
Oh yeah, because it's
whereas
still yours.
If I lose, if mine goes out, then everything goes to hell.
Yeah, I think you're right.
StreamYard arguing it's the true sports leader. There's a lot of people trying to make that argument. DJ IM, what's happening, man?
DJ IM, what up, big dog?
Yes, sir. Good to see you the other night. Man, we got to see a lot of great people on Saturday, man. That was cool.
That was a good time. There's already talks of Trysta coming back out here.
Yeah, I promised the next time that she came back, we do the party that y'all were talking about.
Yeah.
I felt bad because I had TV, I had lunch with Io. I didn't get to spend any time with her yesterday. Which is why she wound up at I think she went to the public house and watched games. But I felt bad. I didn't have a ton of time. And felt like if she came over, she would just be sitting alone anyways. I want to say something about Trysta. I'll say it when we get back on the air, though.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see Warren on his birthday. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I saw him after halftime. We was walking in. He stopped me and said something.
You met Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah.
Where the hell was I?
You guys were walking a little bit ahead of me, and he stopped me and said something. It was really cool.
KC stopping for the people. What a good guy.
I was getting accosted by the drunks.
By the drunks.
The draft lounge was it's an interesting spot.
Made my last trip up there this year. Did have a nice Coke Zero though.
A little cranberry and vodka.
That yeah, Kenny was drinking. Kenny had himself a day Saturday. He gets to the restaurant and goes, "I need a drink." Literally a phrase I've never heard Kenny utter before. That drink I had on Friday was on point though. That vanilla old fashioned that I had across the street. That was on point.
That's a nice little spot.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's a nice little spot.
Sienna. Yeah, it had strong bad boy vibes for sure. Strong bad boy vibes.
Yeah, man, I'll be having a little taste, man. I'll be having a little taste.
Yeah, Sienna was that's good stuff, pal. That was good stuff. Yeah, we ate good this weekend. We ate really, really good this weekend. And I had lunch with my dude on Sunday at McCooney. Haven't been to there for a while. So
Shout out to IO.
Yes, sir.
By the way, IO, it's almost Soul Bloom time, man. We need to talk to the people.
I thought that moved.
No, lost the rhythm.
Yeah.
And then it eventually got canceled. So I don't know if they're gonna do Soul Bloom this year. I hope so, but
hopefully it doesn't rain that day.
Hey, two things here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Number one, damn, our guy, Coach Patrick, men's basketball team went up to Eastern Washington. What a game. What a comeback to tie it. My man, Zach Chappelle, was going off in the second half, had the big game-tying three, but I think about 16 seconds to go. Maybe less than that.
Zach's a closer.
He is.
He's a closer.
They were down like 25 in that game in Eastern Washington. And Eastern Washington was hitting. It got ridiculous. I was sitting there watching the game while I was riding the Peloton.
There you go.
And they were just hitting three after three. I said, what the hell is going on here? And then that calmed down. Sac State with a furious comeback in the second half. And then they lose it on a three-pointer with 2 seconds to go to Eastern Washington. And then Zach had a half-court shot, much like De'Aaron's, that was online, just front rim, would have tied it and sent it into overtime. But nice little valiant effort, man. Coach David Patrick's teams, they don't stop. They don't quit. They don't stop fighting, and they showed that on Saturday. So we're going to be ready when Eastern Washington comes to the nest. We're going to be ready for them boys.
And on the flip side, shout out to our guy, Coach Campbell.
Oh, work.
By the way, I'm seeing that Sac State women's basketball team everywhere now. I'm seeing it. They was on with our man Kevin John last night.
Oh, they're everywhere.
I know they.
All three of them.
I know they was talking about it. You guys were talking about it last night on Sports Sunday. They out there.
Come on, man.
That's the team to watch.
And they deserve
Y'all
it
need to
too.
be locked in. That team's going places.
They absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, that team's going places.
The second thing, national championship game tonight.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'll tell you, it took a lot of wind out of my sails when Michigan got knocked out. I said, oh my gosh, can't believe this.
I'll have it on.
But it should be like that's as close as I think college football has gotten or can get to George Mason in the Final Four. Gonzaga playing for a national championship. TCU against Georgia. I mean, that's the only thing that would be comparable is if Cincinnati probably would have made it last year. You're not getting those Gonzaga.
Nobody putting Cincinnati in there.
You're not getting no Gonzaga, George Mason vibes from TCU.
No, I feel like TCU is too established.
Well, they could be Gonzaga then.
Yeah, I was going to say Gonzaga is probably more comparable than George Mason is because Gonzaga's
versus Baylor was
established.
the game.
National championship, by the way, on 1320.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I got Georgia.
Hot take there, pal.
Man, I feel like, I mean, and it's just, there's a lot of things going on. So I'm not blaming me or anybody else. But man, national championship game is in LA. Damn. I would love to go to the national championship game.
Oh, for sure.
You know, and it very rarely anymore do these things come on the West Coast. That may change now with all these stadiums that are being built, but we know it ain't coming to Levi's no more. So, you know, maybe, you know, I was like, oh, LA, and it's here in LA. I'm going to miss that one. Maybe they go to Vegas sometime soon.
I'm sure they will.
Final Four is going to be going to
Though
Vegas.
that might not be the best plan. Go to Vegas.
Why?
All them kids. That's a lot in Las Vegas. That's a lot. But point is, they probably will. Yeah. It's the stadium, and the area works. Like there's plenty of space for everybody. It'll absolutely work. I want to mention one thing as we're about Trysta. We were talking, you know, about kind of the weekend over the commercial break, and it really not that we didn't know this. Trysta's on with us every single Friday, but it really became glaringly apparent when she sat in here with 2 hours and just discussed a wide range of topics. She's really, really good.
Oh, yeah, straight up.
Like, she's one of the absolute best. And we were talking about, like, different things throughout the week, like how she prepares. Like, she was really trying to dive into, like, our makeup as a team and why it works the way that it does. And she told me on Saturday she thinks she has the best characteristics of you and the best characteristics of me. And that's like she, listening to her on Friday was like, man, I've got to be better. Like, she's so good. Like, I've got to be better. There isn't a single thing that she can't discuss in depthly.
Right.
Like, she's a national host who flew to Sacramento to see the Sacramento Kings and can talk about trading. She got like, we were talking about Chime Moneki. Chime Moneki was waived like a couple minutes after the show. She talked about that for like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Ain't got no connection to Chime Moneki, but she's been so ingrained in this team. She knows who he is. She's really, really good.
Yeah. And you know, there's, you know, I'm careful with like characterizing this because I think it gives a connotation that no work is done. And I don't think that's the case at all. But she's a natural. You know, she's a natural.
Yeah.
Like, this is, she worked her ass off to get where she's at and to be as good as she is, but it comes natural. Like, this is just what she does. If she could have a radio show on KSFM if she wanted to.
Yeah.
She could have a radio show on whatever talk, not sports talk radio, talk radio. Like, she is natural at this field. And yeah, she's the truth, man. Great people.
Yeah.
Great people too. Had a great time talking with her and spending time watching the game with her, hanging out with her. Very good people, man.
What you see on the show or hear on the show every Friday at 2, that is 1,000% her. There's no like the way she talks on the show is exactly the way she talked at dinner. And at the game and everywhere we went. Like, she is very inquisitive. She asks questions about you, about the conversation. Like, she is, when someone's talking, she's like dialed into them. She's great, man. I think the world.
I don't think she'd have a problem with me saying that. I think this happens on the air, so it's not. But you know, we got some jealous people out there. We got some jealous,
a lot of them.
We got some, but in the industry, she's telling me, she's like, Memphis is just jealous. Memphis is so jealous. Oh, you're going to Sacramento, Trysta, huh?
Oh, got you.
She does
I thought you were referring to us having to whoop somebody's ass if we had to. I thought you were referring to that.
I mean, I don't even have a full story for that. I just saw how Damian jumped up
because it was.
He just jumped up. Like, is that what we doing?
Like, it's like we're cool, but I'm cooler with her. So if we got to do something,
Damian
say the word.
Like Doughboy. We got a problem here?
Eat your little chicken and salad over there and be careful.
We got a problem here? You know what I mean? That's how he jumped up. I don't even know what happened. I got to get the story after the show. I just saw that part. But no,
There's jealous people in the industry is ultimately what it boils down to.
But she was telling me how she goes on Memphis every Friday. And she says she likes Memphis. Like she said that's the closest thing to what we have with her, right? And she said Memphis is just, oh, you're gonna go. Oh, you're going to Sacramento, huh, Trysta? Oh, okay, fine. Then Memphis beat the Kings on a couple weeks ago on New Year's Day or whatever that was. She said, like, yeah, we beat your boys. We beat your boys. They're just not ready for the big time. They're not ready for the big time. She said Memphis is jealous.
All right. That's all right. Let them be jealous. That's okay.
She said, you need to come here. You need to come to Memphis. We'll show you a good time, not Sacramento.
No, I'm very, very confident Trysta had a great time, even in the midst of the cyclone or whatever we called it. Like
cyclone.
She had a great time. 2, she's absolutely coming back.
Yes.
She's absolutely coming
100%.
back. You know who's not? You know who's not coming back?
Yes, sir.
That sorry ass quarterback. I so strongly dislike Aaron Rodgers. It's really quite pathetic on my part, to be honest with you. Like, there's ridiculous. There is no reason for me to dislike this person as much as I do. But every time I see, and you phrased this perfectly, his stupid face with his stupid little beanie on in the middle of January, losing another meaningful football game and doing I'm walking off the field with my buddy. And then his sorry ass has the nerve to pull the cameraman back who's trying to follow them to the locker room, probably exactly as his boss told him to do. Hey, we've got the shot, stick with it. He reaches out and says, no, you can't go this way. Despite the fact there's fans and media and God knows how many people on the other side, he pulls him back and doesn't allow him to be in front of him so he could put his arm around and do this fake little show for everybody. Then I hear him talk and it's like, dude, you suck.
I didn't even hear him
suck as a human being. You are a tremendous quarterback. You suck as a human being, and it's why your entire family hates you, and it's probably why you hate your entire family. I so strongly dislike Aaron Rodgers. It is pathetic on my part.
Hey, man, it is what it is. And like I said in the tweet yesterday, every damn January, we sit there, we see as I go into a stone cold trance right now, we sit there, we see Aaron Rodgers right there blowing smoke out of his mouth with his little beanie on his hat.
What?
With his little overcoat on.
What?
And he's got that stupid look on his face every January because he done tricked off another season. And yesterday wasn't no different.
And
Tricked
there's
off another
nothing.
season.
It was win and you're in. That was a playoff game yesterday for the Green Bay Packers. Couldn't win.
At home. Couldn't barely get into the end zone. Yeah, you had the ball placed on the 1 for you a couple of times in the red zone, and you couldn't score. And this is where, because sometimes I'll be sitting there like, man, maybe I'll be tripping off Aaron Rodgers. Maybe I'm seeing things. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's not like handling things the way I think he is. But no, he is. And I don't know if anybody caught this. I don't know if anybody saw it, but this was reiterated. There was a play, I think it was in the third quarter, and it was a second down play. And Aaron Rodgers had done something, and the running back, I think it was Williams, because it wasn't Adam Jones. I think it was or Aaron Jones. It was. I want to say it was Williams, but he was wide open. Aaron Rodgers finds him. He would have had the first down and maybe a little bit more. Would have been a big time play. The running back drops the ball. Like, it was just a bad drop. Like, he's wide open, nobody around him. He drops the ball. He drops it. Aaron Rodgers stands there and looks to the sky. And then he turns and he says something to him like, hey, man, you got to make that play. All this other stuff. And he's on the guy. Look, man, he's on him. And in normal circumstances, he should be. That's a play you got to make. But Aaron Rodgers don't do anything when it's 3rd and 6, and he says, here comes the blitz. Let me throw this into the sky. I don't care, or do I know where the ball's going. Let me just throw it up because I don't want to face the pressure. And I throw it into double coverage and get picked and lose the game for my team and end the season for this franchise. Aaron Rodgers don't want to look. Nobody can say nothing to Aaron Rodgers there. The hell were you doing? What were you doing? Oh, there's a blitz coming. Oh, let me just throw it onto the sky. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Don't nobody say nothing to Aaron Rodgers then. Can't nobody say nothing to Aaron Rodgers then. Matter of fact, he had the nerve to look at the sideline and start cursing to the sidelines after that play too. What the hell was that? All reiterates why Aaron Rodgers is not a likable person. He's not. And this failure could not have happened to a better person.
It's like 40 years of sorry ass human beings being under center for the Green Bay Packers.
Hey, can I ask the question? We can combine the two too.
Those are two of the most overrated quarterbacks in history, by the way.
We could combine
in terms
the
of
two.
big games. Them dudes got 2 Super Bowls.
Oh,
Go ahead.
They always choke.
And how many? You talk about choking the Super. How many interceptions has Brett Favre thrown to end the game?
Plenty.
By the way, Brett Favre still not in jail.
Still not in jail. But we can go with just Aaron, and then we could broaden it out. Aaron Rodgers, all things considered, one of the most disappointing careers of all time.
Well, it depends on how you judge a career. If you're judging it off winning Super Bowls, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Like, he's got the numbers.
Absolutely.
He's got all that.
His career is make believe. Like, he's won 1 Super Bowl, but you talk about him like he's Tom Brady. He's not Tom Brady. He's not Joe Montana.
No. Hell,
he at this point, he's not even Patrick Mahomes.
Hell no.
He's
at least Patrick Mahomes got to 2 Super Bowls. Aaron only got to 1.
He only got to the 1.
He only got to the 1.
I know he only won 1.
He only got to the 1. You look at all the numbers and all the opportunities, the situation. The guy was number 1
they had
team numerous times.
Back-to-back 13-3 seasons.
Numerous times. How many home playoff games has this guy lost?
Matt LaFleur started his career 26-6.
Yeah. How many home playoff games has this guy lost as the favorite? And he just choked. And then the Rodgers backers and the Packer fans are always going, oh, well, he didn't have the defense. Yeah, all right, whatever. Like I said, you had good enough defense to go 13-3. You had a good enough defense for all this. When it really got down to it in the playoffs, Aaron Rodgers couldn't cut it. Simple as that. This guy, off the top of my head, he lost a home playoff game to the Niners 2 times. He lost to the Bucs in the NFC Championship game. He lost to the Giants in the divisional round when they were 15-1. He lost. There's got to be some more in there because there's just numerous failures. Numerous.
17 of 27, 205 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in a win-and-end scenario. Jared Goff on the other side of the field, 23 and 34, 224 yards passing, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, absolutely nothing on the line other than a 9-8 season. And Jared Goff got it. The Detroit Lions got it. Dan Campbell got it.
Big ups to them. Big ups to them. So here's the other question, because he did this little song and dance, and he was, doing.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
That boy balling.
That boy did.
That boy balling. Breaking records. Broke Barry Sanders' record for touchdowns in the season.
I was about to say, what record?
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, touchdowns in the season for the
Good
Lions.
for him.
So I think the record was 17. I think he ended up with 18. He tied it and then broke the record.
He had 2 yesterday.
So, big ups to him. A heck of a season for him. But since he had this whole little orchestrated situation, and I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers again, he wanted to walk off of Randall Cobb and all this other stuff, all orchestrated. Is that it with him with the Packers? Speaking of Trysta earlier, she had a great tweet about that. I don't know if you saw.
Well, Antonio Harvey just tweeted a spectacular picture of you and Trysta and Kyle. And I'm not in it. But it's a great picture. He just tweeted. Antonio had the observation of the night, by the way. We'll get to that when we get to the Kings. I'll answer your question here in just a second. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Is Aaron Rodgers done in Green Bay? He absolutely should be, for the sake of himself and, quite honestly, for the sake of the franchise. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't make the decision to retire, or make the decision that he wants to go somewhere else, or whatever stupid-ass dramatic thing he wants to put the franchise through, the franchise should just step to him and say, hey, it's over. Go, you want to quit? You want to be traded? Like, what do you want? Because truthfully, you put us through this stupid nonsense a year or two ago. You threw off our timeline as you told everybody. You went on the Pat McAfee show and said all the stupid stuff. You're good. Go do whatever you want. We'll facilitate whatever deal you want. I just want you out of my sight. Because I'm sick of looking at you with that stupid look on your face every January.
Get that stupid look off your face.
He should be done in Green Bay. I don't care if he wants to keep playing football. He could do whatever he wants to. He should be done in Green Bay.
At Trysta_Krick. Aaron Rodgers loves pretending like he's done with the Packers after every season-ending loss.
Like Brett Favre.
Be real, bro. We'll see you next training camp after you, quote, clear your head with a long ghee cleanse and a retreat with your girlfriend named Moonstar River Fortress.
That's on point. That's on point. But it should be the Packers who step up and say, no, we're good.
They should. I mean,
we can't. We've hit the point where we can't go. We can't go any further.
This guy. And what did they say at the beginning? They had the little pregame monologue or something like that, and he was at the press conference, and he said something about, oh, I wish I could find a quote where he said something to the effect of, yeah, you thought we were dead. What are you gonna say now? We're gonna say your season's over. That's what we're gonna say, Aaron Rodgers.
That's why I was so badly rooting against them. That's why I wanted them to lose so bad. It's because of stupid ass remarks like that.
The only thing
we need to check, by the way, given his similarities to Brett Favre, we need to check into his finances.
Let's do that. Yeah.
We need to just find out what his little habit is, and just to make sure.
Yeah.
No evidence he's ever done anything. Let's just check. Because he bears way too many similarities to Brett Favre here at this point.
That's facts.
They both suck. Because Brett Favre did the same thing at the end of his career. Oh, I'm not coming back. Cried on national television. Like Jamal Williams level cried. It's over. And then decided he was going to come back.
So I was going to say we can broaden it out a little bit. You talked about 40 years, damn near 40 years of,
horrible people under center in Green Bay.
They got 2 Super Bowls out of 40 years. Now you got the Super Bowls. Can't nobody take that away from you. But damn, that's
well
it.
for two, and that's great. You got 2 Super Bowls for 2 guys who are discussed the way that those 2 are, as if they belong in the upper echelon of quarterbacks of all time. NFL media can't decide, and maybe this is sports media in general. They can't decide what's important. They can't decide what quantifies a great player. Because when it works in their favor, they use Super Bowls. Oh, it's Tom Brady. He's the greatest of all time. When it doesn't work in their favor, they'll blame it on the franchise. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. Just look how great Aaron Rodgers was. Look how great Brett Favre was. He was the gunslinger. He was this and he was that. They can't decide what's important. They can't decide how you quantify who the greatest of all times are. Not the definitive greatest, but the greatest at that position of all time. You've got to make up your mind.
And Aaron Rodgers, and I agree with you 100%. At times, he played the position of quarterback as well as anybody I'd ever seen. I can't take that away from him. The physical tools that he had, the way he orchestrated things, I can't take away what I saw with my own 2 eyes. The man, talent-wise, was sick. He's not a winner. He's not a leader. And that's why he found himself in that same sorry-ass position every January. And that is what it is. You can talk about somebody. Jeff George was talented. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't a leader. He wasn't a winner. And that's what you say about Aaron Rodgers. And that's how I'm going to remember him. Super talented, not a winner, not a leader. Matter of fact, the exact opposite.
I don't know. Dave Garcia tagged us in some stats. Now, I don't know how accurate these stats are, but these are amazing if they're accurate. 1-8 when trailing at halftime in the playoffs.
Oh. 17
less fourth quarter comebacks than Joe Flacco. 1-4 in NFC championship games. He has 2 game-winning drives in the playoffs. 2 game-winning drives in the playoffs. They're both against the Cowboys.
Mm.
And this is the one that this just can't be true. He's 0-42 when trailing a team with a winning record by more than 1 point in the fourth quarter. No, that's not it. No. This will work. This will work. That's a stellar. That I'm going to recite that stat as if it's true. That's stellar.
Until
Is
somebody
the 1-8 what's his playoff record since the Super Bowl?
I don't know what his playoff record since the Super Bowl is, but he's 12-10 overall in the playoffs.
give me
12
a
and you said
second.
12-10. 12-10 overall.
Well,
since the
look,
playoffs.
do the numbers. He won 4 games that year, so he's 8. You said since the Super Bowl?
No, like total playoff
Total.
record, he's 12
So
and
he
10.
won 4 games that year. So take that. He's 8-10. Is that right? Or no, 4 games. You said, you say he's 12-10?
12-10 overall. He'd probably be like something like 8 and some change or whatever, because a couple of his losses.
This
haven't
graphic has him
Yeah.
at 7-8. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, he should be.
Has
be
he
8 and
really
10.
lost? Has he lost 4 championship games?
Yeah. He should be 8-10 in the playoffs then.
That's
Outside of the
tremendous.
Super Bowl run.
See, stats look so good, you share them. Even though they're not real, even though they're completely fake, you just share them.
Hey man, we're gonna use that until somebody tells us it's not the case.
Give us the real number, and we'll just say Aaron Rodgers is like 0 for 107 when playing really good quarterbacks. We'll just
Sounds
make it
about
as
right.
generic as possible.
Sounds about right. He's 0 for 120,000 when he plays the 49ers. They're going to be more sorry that they passed on me than they didn't take me. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm not even speaking blasphemy. Yeah, we had a tough little moment where there's a decade where we didn't play and you were doing good. We're good. We already been to more Super Bowls.
You
than
know,
have.
2 years ago, for about 2.5 hours, we thought Aaron Rodgers might be a San Francisco 49er.
He tried to finagle his way there. He tried.
I feel like the tone of our conversation was a little different that day. I think it was definitively stated we still strongly dislike the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But him with that group was game-changing.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out Brock Purdy with that group is game-changing, so it's
much.
not really needed.
Pretty much. So, yeah, that was a great start to the playoffs because that was essentially the whole play-in game. Hey, I want to ask you a couple more things about this wild card weekend.
All right, we'll do that when we get back here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Hey, it's 2:13. I didn't even realize.
Oh, it's 2:13.
My question is gonna have to wait.
13th round. All right, I'll be right back.
Give me 1 second here. I gotta get one thing up. Give me a second here. Let me get this thing going. All right. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Big ups to them. Shout out to my man, Don is dope. The dope ones. Big up to them for always supporting what we do over here. You know the vibes. Tank Davis did what he did again on Saturday night as he had a TKO of Hector Luis Garcia in the 9th round, I think it was. After at the end of that 8th round, he kind of bludgeoned Garcia and got it to the point where Garcia got to his corner and said, I can't see. And he didn't quit on the stool. I'm not going to say that. He was asked by the referee if he could go. He continuously said he couldn't see. His corner stopped it. The referee stopped, and that's it for Tank Davis. It was interesting because I thought Tank was a little off all fight week leading up to the fight. I even looked at the fight itself. I was watching the fight, and he seemed a little bit off early on. But as the fight went on, it was essentially the same thing that always happens in the Tank Davis fight. It's what I said. Hector was landing some shots. Tank was taking the shots and saying, oh, that's what he has? I can eat that. And he did, and he landed his shots,
and eventually he broke down Luis Garcia to the point where it was a wrap. He couldn't continue. And that's a typical Tank Davis fight. That's usually how things go. Sometimes it's devastating knockout. Sometimes it's a fact where somebody's got to come in and stop the fight. But that's usually what happens with that guy. And on Saturday, it was a typical Tank Davis fight. And I'm thinking about him versus Ryan Garcia. There are some things that I want to see from Tank. There was a little bit of doubt that I may have crept in for the first time in a matchup between Tank and Ryan Garcia. I got to see Tank get his mind right. I got to see Tank get his life together. If he has those two things on point, I think he knocks out Ryan Garcia, because if Ryan, once again, can't hurt him, Tank is going to get to that chin. I can tell you that. So Tank handles business. Hopefully in April, we get Tank versus Ryan, and that's the 13th round. Hey, Jesse, did you see Oscar De La Hoya announce?
I saw that the fight that's on Monday, you said, or something like that.
He goes, "Oh man, it's time to go now. Tank versus Ryan Garcia, April 17th." Sir,
That dude is the worst.
April 17th is a Monday. What are you talking about? So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Oh man, hell yeah. Well, Eric, we'll make sure that happens, man. We'll make sure that happens. I mean, it happens to every fighter, man. Boots is still the future of boxing. Boots is soon to be number one pound for pound. 100%. Yeah, Tank was a little off until he wasn't. That's really what it got. He was a little off until he wasn't.
Oh man.
I just love.
Oh man. Oh, we got a birthday in here?
Yeah, man.
Eric,
Yeah,
happy
yeah.
birthday, bro. You couldn't hit the air horns from over there, so I hit them for you.
That was actually perfect.
That was
Like
beautiful.
it led into the music, everything. It was perfect. That was
worked
great
out
stuff.
beautifully.
But those air horns you heard were for our guy Eric in the chat, turning 30 today, man. He needed some air horns. Happy birthday, Eric. Happy birthday.
Yeah, man. We celebrate birthdays here on D-Lo and KC.
Hey, so another quick two
Yeah.
things. Number one, Tank Davis. We were out and about.
Mhm.
I ended up being able to see the fight later. But are you satisfied with his performance on
Very,
Saturday?
absolutely.
You know,
Yeah,
with-
I mean, he was messing around until he wasn't. I think that's ultimately what it was. Like he just didn't have it at the beginning, and then he did.
So here's another thing, and I'm not sure if you saw this. Did you see the fracas that happened at that fight?
I did. I did see it in the crowd.
Yeah,
I did see it.
where
Yeah.
they stopped the fight
Yeah.
because of what was.
Oh, I
going
didn't
on.
realize they stopped the fight because.
Yeah,
Of it.
so they're fighting. It's in the middle of a round. They're fighting, And Tank, I think, is a little bit of Baltimore in him. He sees something going on out of the corner of his eye, and he going Jordan Clarkson. He about to
Oh
he
my
about to look
gosh.
it up.
Dude, somebody needs to get Jordan Clarkson under control.
He wild boy.
He needs to calm
He
down.
wild boy. Shout out to the homegirl Rachel. That's her boy, Jordan Clarkson.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her boy, Jordan Clarkson. She needs to talk to him. But so yeah, it's going on, and Tank is like, see something out of the corner of his eye. So he kind of like turns, and then Garcia's like, bro, what you turning and looking at? And then the ref is like, hey, you guys go to your separate corner, go to neutral corner. Time out. We need to see what's going on. So Meek Mill ended up getting into it with these two brothers that are like literal brothers, that are boxers, right? But did you see what actually happened?
I saw I saw a video that was like taken in the stands,
which made it even crazy. So for those that don't know, there's this big fracas, right? Like people are like moving. Wallow comes in and he's like, hey, we need to stop all this. Nothing even happened.
That's what I like. That's what it looked like. It was like what? It just looked like a bunch of people started to like crowd forward. It's like, the hell is going on?
So,
I was waiting for like a chair to be thrown or something.
And shout out to Wallow, man. He's a big homie trying to make sure everything's good. But like Meek says something. He's like, what's up then? And then Russell, who's like 5 rows ahead, stands up and he's like, what? And then all of a sudden, Steven checks, no. Hey, guys, no, we're not. Hey, we're not doing that. Wallow jumps on a chair. No, think about your future, guys. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, bro.
Okay.
Nothing happened.
Meek need to chill though. Like we don't need that. Meek needs to chill out. Okay, that's one thing. What's the other?
No, that was the second thing.
Oh, that was both of them. They were both.
Did you see the Tank
Oh,
fight?
got you.
Did you
well, no, I didn't see the Tank fight, as you're well aware. I didn't go back and watch that. But I did. I know that's one of the guys that I have to follow. So
He's one of the guys.
I kind of got
watch it. And then the next one.
All kidding aside, he was not sharp this weekend.
Like indirectly, like if I had to grade him, I give him a B.
Okay,
but it still went the way all his fights go. Like he fills you out. Okay, he fills out the fighter, sees what you got. If you don't have it, he's gonna come knock you out, and that's what happened. Like it took a weird way to get there. Like he didn't look exactly the same, but got to the same end result.
Okay.
But the next one, you might be at the crib. Jesse, you might be at the crib too. All right, that's the one.
Okay.
Tank Ryan Garcia, April 17th, Monday. We're gonna do it right after the show, according to Oscar De La Hoya.
We're gonna do what?
We're gonna go watch the fight right after the show. It's on a Monday, according to Oscar De La Hoya.
Why?
Oscar De La Hoya had a tweet where he gets on there. He's like, all right, good job, Gervonta. Now the fight's going to happen. Everybody get ready. April 17th, Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. I can't wait to see. We're going to get to you. People look at the calendar. Sir, that's a Monday.
Oh.
What are we doing, Oscar? The real fight night will be all April 15th.
Okay, there we go.
It's going to be moving.
All right, I'll be at the crib for that. Good stuff. It's Black Monday in the NFL, and well, the not so black hiring process will begin here pretty soon. Texans fired Lovie Smith. I love that Lovie won that game, and that people are like, and I did something very, very rare today. I turned on First Take, and by the way,
did you see Stephen A. and Michael Irvin?
I wanted to see Michael Irvin. That's why I tuned in.
I like Michael Irvin.
I do. I do too. That's why I watched.
Did you see them though reenact the next Friday?
I didn't see that.
It's kind of fun.
I don't know how I missed that. I saw Stephen A. and Molly though. They got strong chemistry, those two.
Oh, well.
There was like, rumors are rumors until you like look up at something, and I'm watching them interact like, okay. It's Good Morning America. I was looking for First Take. Like, what's
that
going
changed
on?
Everything.
Like, I'm looking for First Take. What is this? That's Good Morning America up there. But I just, Michael Irvin was, y'all sit here and like I do it too. We on TV. We talk about losing games. We talk about like draft picks. That conversation isn't happening in the locker room. And if it is, the person who brings it up is getting busted in their mouth. That's not the way we operate. We're winning every game. And I absolutely believe that's usually true for coaches. And I love that Lovey almost certainly knew that that was probably his last game that he coached in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And he went out there and won that. No, I don't give a damn about your number 1 draft pick. I don't give a damn what your plan is for the foreseeable future. I'm a football coach, and these guys are football players. We're going to go out and try to win a football game.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he did.
And to be honest with you, he probably would have done that anyway because that's just how he rolls. You know, he's a man of
Agreed.
integrity. But after, like you mentioned, he knew, I'm getting the axe after this game. Okay, cool. We gonna finish. I'm gonna give you a parting gift, and I'm gonna win this game. You're not gonna get the number 1 pick. Even with all that said, I mean, they converted a 4th and 20 that went through the hands of the Colts player into the breadbasket, as Willa Monsoon would say, of a Houston Texans player. So, I mean, Lovey could have wanted it all he wanted it. They probably shouldn't have won.
Take it. But with that, the Chicago Bears have the number 1 pick in the draft.
My man, shout out to my man, Allen. He called me. He's a big Bears fan immediately. He's like, oh, we about to be in the Super Bowl in 3 years.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
No, he said in 3 years.
Who are y'all drafting?
Well, the thought process is we about to get a haul for that number 1 pick. He said we about to get a haul because we don't need the number 1 pick.
What? I'm sorry. What do you mean you don't need the number 1 pick? You're the worst team in the league.
Yeah, but the number 1 pick generally is taken for a quarterback, and you use that number 1 pick to get I don't know. I'm just throwing out a Denver, to move up to 1 to get a quarterback, to get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, or to do from Kentucky too. People like him as well. The question that I had for him was, do those guys would I move up for the number 1 pick? Like if I was Houston, for instance, am I going? All right, you're not going to take a quarterback. What do I need to move up for? Now, you're
so you start calling the Texans, right? Texans are 2.
Texans are 2.
Well, the Texans need a quarterback.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they wouldn't. Who you trading with if you're Chicago? The argument to that is the Texans aren't worried about like Chicago. They're worried about Pittsburgh pulling a 49ers and moving up ahead of them as number 1, which may make Houston do business with Chicago to go get that quarterback. So that's the case. I saw some stuff on Twitter that I thought was kind of crazy. People were saying trade Justin Fields.
Well, I don't think that's crazy. I don't think it's not because of how we feel about Justin Fields, because I don't know if we know how that front office feels about. Remember, this is a new front office.
Well, yeah, there's that aspect,
and you get a chance
you
get a chance to kind of wipe the slate clean and start over if you wanted to go that route. I don't know. I think Justin Fields have a ton of value.
For sure.
I
think Justin Fields has more value than the number 1 pick?
So if you had the number 1 pick. I'm trying to think of an example.
Shout out to Black Bottles 916 in the building too. I see him up in here. Shout out to our guy.
Yeah, we got some. Come on, Black.
I always got to talk him off the ledge during 49ers games.
Oh, he's one of those guys. Oh,
he texted me after that play, the trick play that went for a touchdown. I said, "What am I seeing? I don't know. I don't feel comfortable about this defense, man. Like, we got this.
What was the final score? What was the final score?
The 38-13.
Okay. If
that's my guy.
If the number 1 projected pick was a non-quarterback, it could be whatever position you want, but it's a click. Like this is the guy. This is the best player in the draft. It's not a quarterback, but he's the best player in the draft. Would you trade it? Would you trade it, or would you take that player? Essentially, man, this might be a Myles Garrett conversation. Do you take the pick or do you get the haul?
It does depend on how you view your team and how you view that player. Like you talk about kind of like Myles Garrett, right? I'm gonna just talk about Chicago because that's what we're doing. If I was Chicago, I think the move is to trade the first pick,
And you're riding with Justin Fields.
ride with Justin Fields, and get a collection of picks.
Okay.
Right. So you swap with whoever you trade with. Say you trade with Seattle, because Seattle's got the 5 pick because they've got Denver's pick. So you trade with Seattle. Seattle now is the number 1 pick. Maybe if you're Seattle,
So
you give them your own.
a potential flaw in this though,
Mhm.
because you got Houston. You've got to draft a quarterback.
Mhm.
Arizona's next.
Mhm.
Arizona's not taking a quarterback.
You don't think?
Question mark?
Yeah.
Like
You don't think? I
Well, you
wouldn't
just
think they
played
are.
Kyler Murray. They're not taking a quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think.
I
they
don't
are
think
either.
they're taking a quarterback.
I don't think that. I think the first 2, because I was looking at it last night. I wish I had it in front of me, but I think it's the Texans and the Seahawks are the QB spots. Yeah, Indianapolis might
Indy?
be in there. Yeah, Indy might look to take a QB.
Yeah, because Indy's 4.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. They're in there.
And then
They're in there.
you have Seattle at 5, Detroit. The Raiders are at 7. I know Raider Nation will be locked into that.
That would be a team.
Oh my God. There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks drafted. Atlanta's 8th, and then Carolina's 9th.
Well, we talked about this though.
Half
Like
the
not
league
only
is
not
changing
only
quarterbacks.
drafted, like there's going to be a bunch of free agent
Yep.
quarterbacks or trade available quarterbacks. So like that's the other thing these guys got to weigh. And if I was
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, I think Gino's contract is up. I don't know if Gino's under contract.
Comeback player of the year, Geno Smith.
Yeah. So you got guys like that. And then, you talk about, the big guys, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, depending on your situation.
Mm-hmm.
So we just named like 5 or 6
Mm-hmm.
in the league right now.
Yeah.
There's another at least
more.
3 coming out of college that are like first round caliber guys. So I think that's something that you got to weigh out, because you think about the Raiders, like maybe the Raiders are a team that would trade up for the number 1 pick. But if I'm the Raiders, do I need to do that when I can keep my picks and get Jimmy Garoppolo or Tom Brady or whatever I want to do?
You if you're the Raiders, you can't go get Jimmy Garoppolo. With all due respect to Jimmy Garoppolo,
Why not?
because the similarities between Derek Carr are too much. Don't do that. Derek Carr has his faults. It's really hard for me to put this season on Derek
He's
Carr.
going to be out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's another quarterback.
Yeah, he will be a free agent in a month.
Independently, and I still hadn't seen the clip. I wanted to see it. Independently, we had the same. Yours was a little spicier, I think. Reaction to McDaniels when he said that. I saw that for the first time when I was recording the show. You're talking about, it's a process. What the hell you? What?
I hadn't, because the 40 we haven't referenced this. The Raiders played on Saturday, and we were watching that game in Doco before going to dinner. I didn't see that clip.
I didn't either
and we're live with Sarah and Jake. I didn't see it.
Now.
Yeah, I didn't see it until they ran it, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, dude! You can't be serious. And so when Sarah came back and said something about the defense, I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. We got to talk about what he just said right there. That team was 10-7 last year.
In the playoffs.
What are you talking about? Like, it's a process. It's going to take. No, you came in here and you screwed it up.
They added the best receiver in football.
That's what you did. You brought back Hunter Renfrow. You did everything that you had to do. Waller, DC, Devontae. You did everything you had to do. You screwed it up.
Right.
This ain't no process. You messed up. Mark Davis messed up. You screwed the trajectory of this franchise up. Put this. Don't use it. It's such a tired ass cliche for failing. Oh, it's a process. It takes time. No, you suck. That's why this team is in the place that it's in.
That's right.
There's no Derek Carr. He missed games this year, obviously. Derek Carr threw for almost exactly the same amount of touchdowns and the same amount of interceptions he did last year. So everything that drove you nuts about Derek Carr last year did the same thing this year, except for some reason, with the best wide receiver in football on his team, he threw for like 1,300 yards less. He had you relied a lot more on Josh Jacobs, and you still couldn't find a way to win games. Derek Carr has his faults. He's not the reason this team is four games worse than they were last year.
No, I agree.
It's a process.
I heard
Rick Bisaccia stepped in there after that overrated goof was fired. It wasn't a process for him, but it's a process for you. Get out of here.
I saw and heard the same thing that you heard, and I just didn't say anything about it. But a process. What did you just say?
Ridiculous.
Are you
Sarah was on point. She brought it up early in the season. Rick Bisaccia was a guy that they loved. And you could see all year there's issues brewing. Who, executive or a coach, has left that New England Patriots system and succeeded? Because now there's all this stuff about what is the dude's name? Nick, the Houston Texans guy. Isn't he from the Patriots?
I think so. The front office,
the general manager.
I believe the name is Nick Caserio, by the
Nick
way.
Caserio.
Yeah.
Thank you. Isn't he? I think he's from the Patriots.
I think he is too. Yeah.
He is an epic failure. You hire 3 coaches, no matter what you think, no matter what your thought process is, you have failed miserably as a general manager. Still employed. Find me the person please help me out. Find me the person out of the Patriot system who's away from Bill Belichick and that whole way that thing runs, and point to the one that has been successful.
And once again, we have to use the disclaimer all the time. Do not say Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel sure as hell didn't succeed this year. He was a player that succeeded. That's it. I can't find front office guys and coaches who have succeeded. But yet, every year, we're going to see it right now in this stupid hiring cycle. You're going to see people talking to Bill Belichick's coaches, talking to Bill Belichick's executives.
Hey, that tree is trash.
Trash.
That tree is whack.
And it's like a garbage.
That tree is whack.
Wet garbage.
So, yeah.
By the way, you mentioned quarterbacks earlier. Is Stafford done?
Like retiring?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened.
Should Matt Stafford be done?
He probably should. You
did it.
You got
you proved your point.
Yeah.
Threw a woman off the stage like she was Mick Foley in Hell in a Cell.
Nothing was ever the same after that.
True story.
But
Aaron Donald retired a year ago. We just didn't know it.
Jalen Ramsey, the Monstars took his superpowers.
And poor Sean McVay ain't spent 5 minutes not thinking about the money he turned down from Amazon. I got to believe the fact that Herb Street is still with ESPN, that's a stopgap. And if he wants that job this year, they'll give it to him.
Yeah.
I like Herb Street. I'm gonna really enjoy Herb Street tonight. I enjoyed him far less on Thursday.
Yeah,
it was just weird to me.
Yeah,
I didn't like it.
I don't want to say he's not good, but it didn't fit him.
No, I think he's very good.
Yeah, I think he's really good. I don't want to say he wasn't good with the NFL.
I just didn't like it.
Didn't fit him.
I didn't like it. Yeah. I like voice. I'm gonna love him tonight. That's where he belongs. I think Amazon I think Amazon can quickly go back to Sean McVay and say, well, it was some ungodly number here.
Yeah.
Chores.
Yeah.
Come do
it. And we were talking about this on Saturday. I think shout out Kyle Madsen, who's also out with us on Saturday. I think he mentioned it, or Trysta, or somebody, but they're like, he can take that job, Sean McVay. He can take that job, do it for 10 years, and then come back and coach.
That's right.
If he wants to. And he'd be like 48.
It's literally what John Gruden did.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's got to be thinking about that.
Except Sean McVay is actually good.
And on top of that, the Rams situation is
bad.
It's done.
Oh, it's so bad.
Get out while you can. Get out while you can. Before we go to break, and then James is going to join us, and we're going to be Kings pretty much all the way through.
James is here, and it looks like there's a sword sticking out of his backpack.
The hell? I don't want no problems with
Jesse, go check that out. See if he's got a
don't want no problems with James. Were you surprised at all by the scheduling?
No.
I
thought the Seahawks and the 49ers might get Monday night, but Cowboys Bucks, no, not really.
I thought Cowboys Bucks was getting Saturday night. I thought there was no, because then that's the night, right? Like Saturday night. Like that's typically in the past. That's
the big night.
Yeah.
By the way,
think about it. Cowboys always play on Saturday night. Like that's the premier spot usually. I thought it was, but maybe now, Monday night is the spot. But they threw me off last year when they put Rams Cardinals on Monday night. I thought they didn't care about.
So they also like Ravens Bengals. They know Lamar's back, right? like there's got to be there had to have been a call like, hey, is Lamar playing? Because
they got to know.
This is the difference between you playing at 10 a.m. and or I guess for them 1 p.m.
I'm surprised they put Jaguars on Saturday night.
That's what I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy, Trevor Lawrence, for getting the job done and getting rid of the Tennessee Titans and getting themselves.
It was rocking in Jacksonville.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. I was really, really hard. I was hard on Trevor Lawrence. It was harder on the way that like people talk about him, but I'm happy to see this moment for him.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see this for him. Further away you get from Urban Meyer, the better that team will be. Though the game deciding call was a little.
Well,
you thought the end of the Kings game was sketchy.
Well,
I have a theory. And that's just going to stay between.
I'm about to say, was it in what we had in the media room?
I have a theory on
hilarious.
that game. I have a theory on that game, and it's going to stay in the media room. But that was a tough one to watch back because we were watching it. Like, wait, that's how it ended? Oh,
just no fumble. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's good. It's good. Ain't no challenge. Go ahead.
You said Roger Goodell turned into Vince McMahon that night. Give me Trevor Lawrence. God damn it. Get him in the playoffs.
God damn it. I said put Trevor Lawrence in there.
James Ham is here. We'll talk Kings basketball with the Hammer when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, Hammer?
What's up, friends?
How are you, man?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Is there something sticking out of your backpack?
It's a tripod.
Oh,
yeah, that's my tripod. People think I have a ninja sword.
Yeah, it was like I think Hammer came in with a sword.
I'll tell security they don't have to come anymore.
Okay, yeah,
that's right.
Security nowhere.
Tell him I'll whoop his ass.
Ham's here to protect us
with my tripod.
Oh, amazing.
That touchdown though in the Jags game, that was clearly an incomplete pass.
Oh, that was not a fumble. I mean, that was not a fumble. That was, oof.
But you know what? It was the right call.
In a certain way, yes, it was the right call. But what's my man's name? Malik Willis. I feel bad for him. It was a fumble. Or in history, it's a fumble. That was an incomplete pass.
Well, that was Josh Dobbs, but yeah.
Oh, that was Josh Dobbs?
Malik Willis, they benched him.
During the game?
Not during the game. He didn't play. He hasn't played the last 2 games. It's been Josh Dobbs.
Oh, I missed that. I thought they went back to Malik for that game.
Either he got hurt a little bit and they were just keeping him out, or it's all right. So yeah, you're not starting anymore.
Yeah, I missed almost virtually the whole game. We were watching it at the restaurant. Never did play the sound from PJ that you took. I had it pulled up, but just didn't use it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll ask you about it.
I forgot he kind of played his way into the league.
His biggest run was with Denver, right?
Yeah. With Jordy.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Snack Machine Kenny is back.
Man, it had to be back for today.
You made it for a week, man. You made it for a week.
Had to be back for today.
You can blame
Although
me.
we just got some skinny pop, so that'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, popcorn. Gotcha.
Some good stuff.
Gotcha. I got some bottles for you in the car.
Oh.
Hey, yo.
Oh.
Indeed.
Oh. That back and forth between LeBron James and Sam Amick on Twitter was intriguing.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
Well, Sam wrote a piece about LeBron's patience waning, and LeBron responded to him on Twitter about that not being his job or something.
Not being his job to be patient?
No,
Oh.
to go out and, to demand somebody or any of that stuff. I went and got a massage because I'm all beat up still.
Oh, lucky
I had to,
you.
jam my face into the the hole in the table. So I'm all beat up. All red and agitated.
Hey, Sam, actually, my patience isn't waning. You make it sound like I'm frustrated when I'm not. I told you over and over, my job is focused on the guys in the locker room. My job isn't the roster. That's the reality of that conversation. And I said what I said with the utmost respect and calmness, because that's the mood I'm in. You're welcome. 5-game winning streak. All right.
He also dropped an F-bomb in the conversation.
In the conversation with Sam?
Yeah, that's the quote that Sam has.
Oh, y'all know what the F should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's calm. Calm. I don't know. I like having Sam around.
Oh, man. Live on Twitch as well. YouTube, Facebook Live, 98.5 FM, HD2, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for listening. And we appreciate James Ham for being here with us, fresh off of Sacramento Kings shoot around. I had mentioned PJ Dozier. We didn't really get to dive into that 10-day contract. First, your thoughts on the player. We have a lot of thoughts on the signing. We have a lot of thoughts on the roster, to be honest with you, James, that we want to throw out at you throughout the day. But I know you got a chance to talk to PJ today. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest takeaway is just the conversations I've had around the team over the last few days is that the Kings basically have 30 days here to tinker with that 15th roster spot that they opened up when they waived Chima Monecki. And so I think that that's good. That, if a trade comes, just because you sign a guy to a 10-day contract doesn't mean he has to play out the full 10 days. You can waive him at any time. It's really a budget signing. If PJ Dozier works out and they sign him to a second 10-day, and if he continues to work out and we pass the trade deadline, maybe he is a player that sticks around for the rest of the year just because he is a 6'6" wing, like a 2-3 that can really defend multiple positions. He's got, 6'11" wingspan for a 6'6" guy. He's got good athleticism. And, why not kick the tires on someone like this when you're having some guys that you're giving minutes to that are struggling? And they might be struggling because they haven't got enough opportunity. They might be struggling because their offensive game isn't working. But whatever it is, this team is horrendous defensively right now. They're just so bad over the last 10 games, over the last 15 games. And you got to figure out a way to rein it in, to get people who are ready to defend on a nightly basis. And the Kings just haven't been able to do that.
Do you see like him playing, PJ Dozier playing right away, getting in the rotation, or, is this just like a look in practice or something like that? How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility that he plays there. I don't know, like major minutes, but he's never been a player that's played major minutes, like even for Denver 2 years ago, I think he played 50 games and averaged around 20 minutes a game. And I think people, he's played for Jordi Fernandez for a long time. He played 3 years with Jordi. And so he knows exactly what Jordi expects. He knows how to get on the court. because Jordy lays out the expectation just like Michael Malone did, just like Mike Brown will. And I think it's bringing in someone who's familiar with your system. He's shooting 35.3% from three at the G League level this year. He's played really well at the G League. He's proved that he's healthy again. He's still young. He knows a lot of the players on this team because he's around their draft class. So he played in high school, like at high school tournaments against Malik Monk, and De'Aaron Fox even played on their teams at some points during like some of the tournament stuff, when they go to camps and all that. So he has some familiarity with the whole thing. And I don't know that he's going to step in and be a difference maker, but I do know that, we talked about it last week. You need better players at some point. You need guys that can that aren't just good defensive players, but are good defensive players that can play 15 to 20 minutes a night at the NBA level and really help your team win.
And I think, what might stand out about this signing to a lot of people is, be it a 10-day or not, this isn't the backup center position that we've talked about for the last few weeks. This isn't a big or a stretch four. This is essentially like Terrence Davis's replacement. Like watching that game against the Lakers, we talked to like Terrence Davis may never step on the floor for the Kings again. He was just he was timid. He wasn't aggressive offensively when he checked in. This was without Malik Monk's availability. This just feels like Mike Brown has really lost confidence in a lot of guys on his bench.
I don't know if it's a lot of guys, but certainly Terrence Davis looks like he's one of those guys that, I don't even know if you can say Mike Brown's lost confidence as much as you can say that Terrence Davis lost confidence.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Is it fair to blame Mike Brown for that?
Maybe not though, because, like I remember we kept getting these incredible video clips of Mike Brown coaching Terrence Davis on the sidelines, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't get those anymore because Terrence Davis doesn't play. But it was every single game, Terrence is doing something that they've gone over again and again and again in practice that he's doing wrong. And that's why he keeps pulling him over and coaching him up and trying to embolden him to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. And it's really frustrating. I think when you see, and I think it goes into a deeper discussion about Mike Brown. So Saturday night, Mike Brown ran Keegan Murray over with a bus in postgame.
Yeah.
I was completely surprised by that. That's not something he's done before.
And he was on him on the sidelines a lot in that game too.
I thought that in the game, Keegan Murray made a really nice effort defensively. There was he took 2 charges that were huge, which is something that Mike Brown has been talking about nonstop, but he took 2 charges against LeBron James. I mean, that's a 270, 280 pound man running you over. That doesn't feel good. I thought that was great. He had 2 steals. I thought there were points early in the game where he was making a difference defensively, but Mike Brown kept bringing it up in postgame. The weak side help is so bad for this team. Whatever it is, they are not providing any support at all for Domantas Sabonis, and he's getting hung out to dry again, just like he was early in the season where the guards and the forwards are letting players get into the box and get Sabonis in foul trouble. And they've got to figure out a way to provide more resistance. And, they tried it with KZ Okpala. They tried it with a couple of different people, Mike Brown just kept throwing guys in there. But when you bring up the backup center position, I mean, it's a need for sure, but I don't still think it's the biggest need on this team. The biggest need on this team is for these guys to play defense, for somebody to step up. And if they can't do it, then you have to find somebody else that can. And again, I asked Mike about that as well. Is it a point where these guys, you're just to a point where these guys can't do it and you got to go find someone else? And he said, no, they've proven they can do it for spurts, but they've got to be able to do it for 48 minutes for 82 games. And they haven't figured that out yet. And that's partially because these guys haven't been in this position. And I get that, but man,
been in what position?
The position to be good, the position to succeed, the position to have to worry about playing 48 minutes for the defense because you're playing for something. And, again, Mike Brown is fighting against a lot of things here. The history of this team, we act like, oh, it wasn't these guys that did it. But it is. It is De'Aaron Fox. It is Harrison Barnes. It is Rashawn Holmes that have been here for 4 or 5 years. So you are fighting against.
But it's not Domantas Sabonis and Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray.
Well, yeah, but if you're not playing on a string, you're in trouble. You know, and I think that's a big deal. Like if everyone isn't moving together, and see, here's the deal. If you think about it this way, when he's talking about the weak side help, basically, if Sabonis needs to rotate over because your guard or your forward is getting beat on one side, there's supposed to be a backfill behind him with a guy on the opposite side, Keegan Murray, flying over to try to help, and then behind him. Someone else is rotating to catch that corner shooter the whole time. So that's why we're seeing Harrison Barnes with like second and third efforts trying to rush out to the corner and you know, at least give some resistance on a 3-point shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just that help isn't coming fast enough. It's not actually being productive at all. Instead of helping, he's getting there late and then he's standing there in the key with nothing to do because a lot of times the ball's going in. But then the other problem is, and this is why Mike Brown called out Keegan Murray specifically, like he basically did the Derek Williams thing, which is what George Karl said, even a Coke machine can get more than one rebound in 30 minutes of play. You know, and that's, you know, we've seen this with this team. Keegan Murray played 30 minutes, had 0 rebounds. That's unacceptable on every level. And for that matter, Harrison Barnes played 36 minutes and had 2 rebounds. Mike let him off the hook because he said he was defending LeBron James a bunch, who was on the perimeter. And I call BS on that and just tell you that LeBron James took 6 3-point shots and he had 28 shots. That team got scored on in the post again and again and again. There were moments where Harrison Barnes was in the key tracking down LeBron James just like everyone else was. And so, like, I think there comes a point where as a coach, you do kind of lose it on some players and you think about it. You're like, okay, I've tried to pull them aside. I've tried to have conversations where cameras are watching. I've tried to have a different coach work with him. I've tried to have, you know, watch more film, whatever it is. Now it's time I go lambast somebody and make sure that they understand that I'm not going to put up with that stuff and they're going to hear it through the media as well. So I think he's at that point. I mean, and his defensive metrics say that he should be at that point.
So many things going on.
Yeah,
there's so many things going on. So many things going on in my head right now. But my first thing, and I think Mike Brown has done a heck of a job this season with this group and fostering an environment here. But there also, I think there also has to be maybe he's doing it. We don't know if he's not, but there also has to be I don't have the guys that can do the things that I'm asking them to do. Like that's not the personnel that I have. I don't have Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton II, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney. So I can't ask them to play the same type of defense as they would. I don't even have the same length that I had there, so they can cover more ground, things of that nature. So getting mad and looking at, you know, benching people and calling them out in the media for things that that's not their strength. That's almost like saying, man, why doesn't KZ Okpala just average 15 points a game? Like it's not who he is.
Yeah, but Keegan Murray averaged 8.5 rebounds a game in college. He's averaging 3.7 right now.
Just him specifically and what he's doing. You could ask for more, but I think it goes into everything. And I just wonder if, and I trust Mike Brown, I'm sure he is doing it, but I wonder if he's looked at it like, all right, what do I need to do? Like, am I putting my guys in the best position to succeed? Or am I trying to force how I think things should be done on a group of guys that don't have the skill set to execute it night in and night out?
Yeah, I think what Mike is fighting is this question of, do I just have a team that's horrific defensively and I just have to outscore everybody? And he's saying, I am refusing to do that. And I get it. I understand that. Like, you go into a game against the Lakers and like some of the stats from that game are crazy, but I saw what they were trying to do. Like, they were trying to sag off of Thomas Bryant and make sure that Domas was sort of blocking the entire paint, so they wouldn't get downhill and to the rim all the time on the Kings. But then Thomas Bryant turns around and hits every freaking jump shot that ever was. You're just like, when did this guy become like Tim Duncan? Like, I don't understand what's happening. He hit every single shot. And so when they made that adjustment, it just opened the floodgates and they just got pounded in the key. I mean, the stat that the Lakers didn't hit a 3-point shot in the second half, that's crazy. Like, why aren't you running a zone the whole time then? Just clog everything. Just run a zone if that's what's happening. But, you got to keep trying to get better each and every day. And I think right now this team is just, they're teetering. They're they're in every single game for the most part. And either they're winning by 1 point or they're losing by 2 or 3 points. And either way, they understand that they can't keep losing, especially at home. These home losses that are like starting to stack up, it's bad news, and they know it.
This week's got to be 3-0. This week has to be 3-0. It's just like it is what it is. Like, if it's not 3-0, then you're not. I need to start questioning whether you're a different team than the teams in the past, because the teams in the past, they wouldn't handle business here. And if you don't handle business, if we're being honest, haven't really handled business in the last 2 weeks. I could be making the argument right now that you're not who I thought you were, but I'm still like, nah, this team is different. It's a different group of guys. But if 3-0 in this situation, the sense of urgency that you have, if you can't execute that here, I gotta question like what I thought earlier.
Yeah, we talked about the 9-game stretch that started with Utah and that they had to win. I thought they had to go 7-2. Well, they already got the 2 losses. So, like, you got 1 win. I don't know if this team can rattle off 6 straight right now. They're just not playing well. And that happens sometimes. And I'll say this too. The Lakers game, I really think they missed Malik Monk. Malik Monk has been sort of their inspirational, like, he's the guy who brings energy off the bench. I asked him about that this morning. How much you think your team missed it? And he goes, like, when I'm here, I don't really feel it. But he's like, but when I was watching, I was like, oh, I see it now. I see what I have to do, where I have to be for this team, and how I have to bring that different type of energy. And, at the end of the day, like, they got to figure it out. They're just floating around 500 here for quite a while. I think over their last, 16, 18 games, or like a game or 2 under 500. They've got to figure it out.
The 7-game win streak is the difference in the season, right?
Yeah. If not, like Sean always says on the pod, they're a 500 team, right? But then they started to convince us that they were a good team. I wasn't buying it yet. Like, a lot of people were like, oh, I think they're actually going to be good. I was like, okay, like, I need to see more, and I need to see how they deal with not only adversity, but how they deal with success, because that's right now what it feels like. They're not dealing with adversity. They're dealing with their own belief in their success. And they weren't able to embrace success and play through it. I mean, how many times do you get 4 games over 500 and can't get that 5th win? Like, embrace it, man. Just go for it.
Well, it's hilarious. I said they got to go 3-0 this week. You know what would happen if they went 3-0?
They'd be 5 games over. Yeah.
I don't know if it's
over
happening.
500.
Yeah.
The elusive Mark. You're listening to D-Lo and KC along with James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show as well on Facebook Live, on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and on Twitch. You mentioned Malik Monk. Probably goes without saying, but worth repeating. Malik Monk in today.
Yeah, he said he's 100%. And he actually
dramatic turnaround.
I think
it's gracious.
No,
Delivered.
I think he could have played on Saturday. And
Okay.
Mike Brown finally said, like, look, the guy's dinged up. He had the wrist injury, and I talked to somebody and they said, man, his wrist was totally swollen. They were shocked that he played that day. Then it moved into his shoulder, and then we show up and he's got something, shocking his calf. And he's just got a bunch of bumps and bruises. And again, we're talking about a player that is being asked to take on a different level of responsibility. And it's one thing when you're on a team that has no aspirations or has no chance. Even like last year, the Lakers, like, that wasn't a good team, right? He got a bunch of minutes on a pretty bad Lakers team. Well, this is different. Like, every single game matters. Every play matters. Like, it's the intensity of this season is something that some of these players have to make an adjustment to. And so far, I think they've done an okay job of doing it. But in order to get over the hump and to be the team they want to be, this is it right now. Because if you don't, you talked about they've got to go 3-0 this week. Man, Orlando is tough.
Mhm.
And they're tough matchups across the board. Paolo Banchero is playing out of his mind. Franz Wagner is absolutely spectacular for them.
King should have drafted him.
Yeah. This
Bad
is
job by Monty.
a really, really tough team. And you can't just walk in and think that you're going to win. And then you get to Houston. Houston is so athletic and fast and fun. They're bad, but that doesn't mean that they can't sneak up and bite you, especially when you play them twice in the span of 3 days. These are games that you have to win. They're not like, I don't think there are must-win games in January. But if they don't win right now, they will not make the playoffs. Because
I think every Kings game is a must-win. Like it feels like every game that they play, like they have to win.
Yeah, because they don't pull away.
They never do.
They would have took care of business a week and a half ago.
We'll see that.
I got as imperative.
That reminds me, because I think James said something along the same lines where we were talking about pulling away, talking about creating separation with the rest of these teams in the other spots. And you've got the Suns losing a ton of games, Clippers losing a ton of games. I think each of them have lost 6 straight. But you look right now, Denver, Memphis, New Orleans, Dallas, Sacramento, and the Los Angeles Clippers. Those are the standings right now on January 9th. I know both of you, and I understand this line of thinking. So I want to go back. I want to go back to the end of last season. Phoenix, Memphis, Golden State, Dallas, Utah, and Denver. Those were the top 6 last year. Again, Phoenix, Memphis, Golden State, Dallas, and Utah. You go back 1 year to the day. You go back January 9th last year. The standings. Golden State, Phoenix, Utah, Memphis, Dallas, and Denver. It's the same 6 teams. The same 6 teams, a little change in the order, but the same 6 teams that were in the top 6 last year on January 9th are the same 6 teams that were in the top 6 at the end of the season. I think we're overblowing this, turning things on. And veteran teams are going to do this. Veteran teams are going to do that. I don't know that that's necessarily true. Some of these teams just might not be good enough. But the Lakers are playing impressive ball right now. Are they going to be able to maintain that? Are they going to amplify it when Anthony Davis comes back? Is Anthony Davis going to get the Elijah Mitchell treatment where he comes back and he's right back out? What if something happens to LeBron James? What if something happens to one of the most critical role players? Right? We're all waiting for Devin Booker to come back. Okay, Devin Booker comes back. Are we sure that Phoenix Suns team is fixable? Oh, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, they're taking like 3/4 of the season off. Okay. They're taking 3/4 of the season off. How much of a move are they going to make before this is all over? I think we're overblowing this a little bit too much. Kings, as James just laid out right there, 500 over the last, would you say, a game below 500 over the last, like 16. And they're still in the 5th spot. At 2 games over 500, they're still in the 5th spot. Now, we could try to predict how this season is going to turn out based on some of the teams that are behind them, but that just might not be the makeup of this season.
It might not be. But last year were their teams as good as the Warriors and potentially as good as what the Lakers are in those outside of 6 spots?
It was this day last year, the Lakers fell out of the top 6. And we saw the direction that they went. Yeah, they went in a completely different direction.
They were descending.
Right.
I would say they're ascending. And
Minnesota, no, because Minnesota, like there was, I don't know if there's a team as good. But I also don't know. I don't know that the Lakers are good. I know that they're playing better. Golden State, yeah, okay. Like you're playing ball. Like Steph Curry's coming back. Great. You got in this position. Steph Curry was playing. We're projecting of what all these teams are going to do, but right now this is a big sample size we have of the NBA season. We're approaching the literal midway point, not the All-Star game midway point, but the literal midway point. And this just might be who these teams are.
It might be. It might be. I don't think they are. I think the Clippers will be better. I think the Warriors will be better. So even if those two are better and say the Kings get knocked out, I mean, you're still in the play. I don't believe the Kings fall to 11th this year. I don't believe they're that type of team. So they'll be in some type of postseason situation. But just looking at the Kings and not looking at necessarily the rest of the West, it feels like right now is your opportunity to at least create a bit of a buffer, and you're failing to do that.
It feels like all you need is, and maybe the Kings had theirs, is the 1 win streak. The frustrating thing is the 1 win streak has put the Kings 2 games under 500. Dallas, or 2 games above 500, excuse me. Dallas's 1 win streak has put them 5 games above 500 because they've essentially been the same thing.
Yeah.
Outside of that win streak, they've been up, they've been down, they've been up, they've been down, they've been up, they've been down the entire season. But they've got that win streak to hang their hat on. The Kings win streak just puts them 2 games above 500. If you could just string together 3, get to the elusive 5 games above 500, you know, maybe that can do it. But the point in all of that was I don't think that mad rush of teams is coming. There's probably a couple of teams to watch, but again,
Phoenix ain't one of them.
And that's what I mean.
Phoenix
But my concern,
are we sold that Golden State is one?
yeah, but my concern, we look at all of this, we look where the Kings are at right now. They have 20 wins right now. The Utah Jazz, who are the 12th seed, also have 20 wins.
They got 23 losses, though.
But it doesn't
that's
matter.
the thing.
You still got to win games.
Yeah, but you can make up wins. You can't make up losses.
No, I get that. I get that. But the Kings are like so dangerously close. If they don't take care of business over these next 6 games and build some sort of buffer against sub 500 teams, they're not going to be anywhere near the 5-6. They might be able to hold on for a 10, a 9-10, but if you want to actually be a playoff team, which a play-in team is not a playoff team, if you want to be a playoff team, one of the 8 teams that go on to a 7-game series, this might be it right now, where if you can't get these wins against sub 500 teams at home, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Saturday was so frustrating because it wasn't just LeBron. If LeBron beats your ass, LeBron, like, what do you? Oh, great, good for you, Sacramento. You're on a very accomplished list here.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is everything else. The fact that they legitimately scored at will. The fact that we're up to the stupid draft lounge watching the Lakers dunk every other possession, score in the lay it up, just scoring at the basket with ease. It felt like the whatever semblance of growth or maybe hope on the defensive end got obliterated by the Los Angeles Lakers on Saturday. And we're back to whatever the hell. We're back to 2 dribbles. We're back to not knowing. I don't know if they're doing my game plan. I don't know. We're back to the Luke Walton era.
Well, and that brings up a good point, too, because Kamara talked about it's on the players. And I agree with Kamara. I absolutely agree with Kamara. I've said that since this show started. However, it was I was a one-man wolf pack because everybody said Luke Walton, it's his job as coach to teach these guys, put them in position, to have them ready, and all this other stuff. I disagree. I like they got to play better defense as players. But it was Luke Walton's fault when they couldn't stop nobody before. Now the players got to do better instead of Mike Brown needs to do a better job of having these guys ready.
Well, is the difference that we saw them play better defense this year?
Yeah. And
I mean, this still isn't a great defensive unit.
And maybe the players just stepped up for that moment. Not the coaches did anything different.
Well, I don't know how we would ever answer this question then.
I'd also say
I think it's the players all the time. That's how I would answer it.
I'd also say that this team has looked okay defensively against bad teams. Against good teams, they have not looked okay. And their offensive efficiency against good defensive teams dropped substantially, which makes their defense worse. That's where you get your transition buckets. That's where you start giving up offensive rebounds, all that stuff. You know, we talk about Keegan Murray averaging 3.7 rebounds a game. The Kings are still 2nd or 3rd in the league in defensive rebounding percentage because they have Sabonis, but also because they had done other things. And like, it feels like someone fails in almost every game, and you're hoping that like a couple of guys step up and succeed. outside of Fox and Sabonis, who have just been very consistent and very solid for this team, outside of a couple of games for Fox there in the middle. But, you have to have all of these guys figure out how to step up on the defensive end each and every night. It can't be, here and there. It just can't be. And how many games in a row are we looking at, a team giving up? I think the Hawks had 4 guys with 20 points. And now we're looking at the Lakers, who I think had 4 guys with 20 points as well. Yeah, they did, between Bryant and LeBron and Russ and Dennis Schroeder. So it's everyone getting beat. It's not the one guy putting up 50 points and beating you. It's everybody. And you got to figure out a way to get around that. You got, the scheme itself is solid. It's proven in the past that it can win, but it only works if everyone is moving together. Just like the offensive side, we've seen how beautiful basketball works with this team when everything is moving. 30 assist games, 37 assist games. Well, it's the same thing on the defensive end. Everyone has to move together, and they just haven't figured it out.
At the end of the day, we talk about, like, even I question, Mike Brown needs to do this and this and that. And man, these players, it's always going to be on them, in my opinion. It's always going to be on them. We talk about Terrence Davis, and he needs to empower Terrence Davis. Terrence Davis needs to empower himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, he needs to look in the mirror and be like, hey, what can I do to get myself out of a funk if I'm playing 4 minutes or 34 minutes? Keegan Murray, he's got to get boards. They've got to defend. Those guys have to defend better. I don't care what Mike Brown says to them or scheme he comes up with. They've got to get better. They've got to have a level of personal pride to say, man, the Los Angeles Lakers saw 61% from the field on me.
61%.
Like, that's not good enough. We got to do something, whether I'm a guard and I got to say, I got to buckle down, I got to stay in my stance a little bit more, or I need to communicate on the switches, and whatever the case may be. There's only so much that coaching staff can do for those guys until they get out there on the court. They've got to figure out a way while they're out there to play much better than what they have on the defensive end.
Yeah, and you look at the team they're playing against tonight in Orlando, and this is a team that they beat, right? Early in the season on a 3-pointer at the, near the buzzer in overtime. I think they gave up 78 points in the paint that night, which was startling. That's, if you can't figure out how to seal off the paint, you're just going to get killed.
We looked at the number earlier. They were down 20 in that game. And the number of threes Orlando hit was 4.
Total for the game?
4 threes in that game and had a 20-point lead against Sacramento.
Whew. Yeah. One of my first games, in my first year, Denver came in against the Kings, and I think they scored 90 or 92 points in the paint, and they finished with 108 points, but 12 of them came at the free throw line. I think they had 1 3-point make and 1 jumper, mid-range jumper the entire game. Everything else was points in the paint. And so it's not like the Kings haven't been here before historically. But, again, I don't even think it's that you don't have a shot blocker. That doesn't even matter. The problem that you have is that the guards and the forwards are letting everyone through. Their rotation itself is just, it's not working. What they're doing on the perimeter is not working. And teams are getting past their guards. I think, De'Aaron Fox has done a perfectly fine job on most nights playing defense. I watched him fighting through screens. I watched him staying with Schroeder, even the horrible call at the end of the game where they called him for the body. That was a joke. He had nowhere to go. His hands were back. He didn't make any unnecessary contact. For the NBA to not only give him that shot with 2 seconds left in a game, a deciding basket, but then on top of that, look at it on review and stick with the call. That's not a call you can make in the final seconds. But
and then confirm it in the 2-minute report.
Yeah, and then confirm it, of course. Well, they would never not confirm something that had already.
That's
been
what I
confirmed
mean.
in
The last 2-minute report has become a circus.
Oh, it's a joke. It's horrible for everybody.
The Keegan Murray play is always the one that's going to be you're saying he made contact. We watched the video 10 times. He does not touch Lauri Markkanen. at all. He does not make contact with him. And you said in this, you attached the video to it, in which you don't. He does not make contact
on the kick out, right? The
what
kick
are we
out play.
watching? Yeah, the kick out play.
The kick out play.
Yeah.
Like and go back through. The kick out, it can be a flagrant.
Right.
Call it after the fact. Tag one onto him after. It doesn't feel
Which
any
they
better.
did last night, by the way, to somebody. There's press, like it happens regularly.
Yes, yeah.
Calls are upgraded.
Like, look,
Clarkson?
I'm not going to
Think it
put it
was
on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put it on the officials in most of these games, but in that particular moment where Fox doesn't get that call. He just doesn't. Like, and for that matter, he didn't get the call on the half court heave where Russell Westbrook clearly hits his elbow. Like, and the 2-minute report actually concedes that he makes contact. Well, that's not, there's
marginal contact.
There's no
I believe,
marginal
was the term.
contact with the elbow. It's either he didn't touch him or it's a foul. That's the way it goes. So for that play
Incredible.
specifically, but I think my point that I was trying to get to though was that I think Fox is playing really well defensively. I don't think he's playing outstanding or like lockdown great defense, but I think he's been solid. I think that Kevin Huerter for stretches plays really solid defense. I think that Harrison Barnes for stretches plays really solid. You bring in Davion Mitchell, he plays really solid. We see KZ Okpala out there fighting. The problem is that if you're not all moving together, it does not matter how good someone is doing individually. And that's just the way it is. They're getting caught on switches. They're getting caught on mismatches. Good teams or veteran teams know how to beat them up. And it's just a matter of time before they get the right switch. How many shots in that Lakers game do you remember coming down to the final 2 seconds of the shot clock? How many times against Memphis when they lost did they get a defensive stop and then give up an offensive rebound to Steven Adams and have to go right back to playing defense? Well, we discredit the fact that they got 3 or 4 defensive stops in one play. You couldn't get the rebound, but still, like, there are moments where this team does play defense. It's just they're not all playing together at one time.
Yeah. And even with all that said, and both of you guys are right. Everything that you guys said is right. You talk about tonight's game. The Magic, they present certain problems. I still, like I said, if they don't take care of business this week, then I must have to start questioning myself about who I think they are. This week hasn't happened yet. So I still think they're better than Orlando and these guys coming up. They have to play better. Like, they have to execute better than what they have in some of these games as of late. But I still think this is a good team. I still think this is a team that should win the majority of their games at home. And when you go up a team that I'm not going to call them bad or anything, but we'll say they're not elite, they should be able to take care of business.
You'd hope so. But again, they have to prove that they can do that. This is a team that has shown
power's gone out on the beam.
Yeah.
And
like the rest of Sacramento.
The beam, we talked about it after the game. Maybe the best and worst thing that ever happened to the city.
It's the worst.
Because when it doesn't get lit, it is just
it just ruins everything.
Oh, it's just
the doom and gloom.
Bad.
It just,
Joko is so sad afterwards. So
it just
sad.
absolutely ruins everything. So if you want a chance to have your night ruined by the beam not being lit, we've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on Canada coming up on January 25th. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. Jesse will get you all set up again. Tickets to see the Kings and Toronto, January 25th. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Yeah, it's a downer, man. It is a downer when you're at the game and you've got someone who flew across the country to see that damn beam and marginal contact is made to De'Aaron Fox. What the hell was the contact that De'Aaron made to Dennis Schroeder if the contact to Russell Westbrook to De'Aaron Fox was marginal?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
See, and that's what we go back to. Like, you can't leave it in the hands of the judges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As frustrating as those moments are, because there have been a lot of them, you have to play better leading into those final moments.
Yeah. Well, that, and you can't just assume that De'Aaron Fox is going to hit every single bucket.
I actually thought he was going to hit that last shot.
It wasn't
like
off.
if he gets a shot, I think he's
a little long, but it was right down the middle.
It's going to be a beautiful celebration.
Yeah, scored 17 points in the fourth again.
It was incredible. Yeah, it was incredible.
Can I ask both of you guys something about that real quick? Because there was something that
that I saw during the game that I was like, man, I wonder if this is an issue. Fox is going off again, right? Fox is killing, absolutely killing, making everything. And then there was like a couple of possessions when they tried to run something for Kevin Huerter, and it felt like everybody had just spent the last 5 minutes watching De'Aaron Fox, and there was nobody in rhythm, and it was just off. And then it was like De'Aaron's like, all right, well, I tried to pass. We got to win. I got to go back to work. So, like, did you kind of see the same thing? Like, it's crazy when a guy's playing that well in the clutch. Like, it's not his fault, like, that he's making buckets or whatever the case may be. But say he's doubled and they have to find somebody to hit a shot. Is that a bit of an issue that these guys have just spent the last couple of possessions watching and they're not ready
Pass
to
it
go?
back after the double.
I can tell you in the fourth quarter, the Kings had 2 assists, and I am not going to blame De'Aaron Fox for that because I can tell you that Kevin Huerter went 0 of 5 from 3. Harrison Barnes went
in the quarter?
In the quarter. In the fourth quarter, he went 0 of 5 in the fourth.
Wow.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't even bring that up to like blame De'Aaron. It's just a weird quirk.
No, De'Aaron did what he was supposed to do.
He did his job. It's just like a weird quirk where it's damn, these guys, what can they do to feel more involved maybe?
I'll say this, like there is a way in which I believe that you do kind of turn all your teammates off in those situations. And that is a guy who just keeps going in the post, calling for it. And for like 17 consecutive plays, you try to score at the basket, right? And it becomes like this really slow, methodical thing. Or if De'Aaron Fox was to dance around on the perimeter for 8 seconds every single time, and then he just keeps dribbling and dribbling, everyone's standing there. But that's not the way Fox is playing. Fox is playing like balls to the wall. He's just flying up and down the court. He's breaking down their defense so fast. So if you're not ready in that situation, that's on you.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I mean, because he's going for it, and you've got to respect that he's making them. I mean, you can sit there and go, oh man, I can't believe he just pulled up for that 20-foot fall away jumper. Well, it was pure. Just keep going. Everyone has to keep up in those moments. And I don't have anything to like. De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter is one of the best players in the NBA.
Phenomenal.
He did, fourth quarter Fox is like literally such an elite player. It's crazy.
What he did on Saturday was crazy. Some of the fallaways, and I mean, like you said, just pure. Like pure shots going through.
That's why Ufunga was rocking his jersey yesterday.
Yeah, man, you know what it is.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll gear up for the Kings in Orlando when we return here. D'Lo KC, James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
NBA Young Cobb. I will tell you, Sabonis has been yapping too much at Davion. No. Sabonis has been yapping at Davion. He's been yapping at Keegan Murray nonstop. He yaps at people because they're not doing what they're supposed to do, and he fouled out of a game because people let their man get inside again and again and again. And that's it. Like, he can't stay in the game if he's under attack like what's happening. And it's not like that team do they even really have a post-up player? They did all of their damage in the paint without a true post-up player, unless you want to call LeBron James a true post-up player. But even that, he didn't go in the post and do that. Yeah. Big B, I agree. Putting up 19, 12, and 6, he can yap at anyone.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here, guys. Please hit the thumbs up.
Kyler Murray will have input on the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, per Michael Bidwell.
Well, that makes sense.
Horrible idea. Absolutely horrible idea.
That's not great.
No, it's not.
That's not great.
It's not good at all.
Yeah. Yeah, like the backup center position is such a big deal, but again, like we're making it a big deal because it's a talking point that we can sit there and discuss. This team has much bigger issues. It's not just that position who's coming up short, and you need other guys to make a difference. And it's really tough that your best defensive player plays behind your best offensive player. And you cannot sit De'Aaron Fox because he's too good. especially, I mean, even look at Fox on the season is averaging like 32 minutes a game. It's not like he's playing 36. You know, you've been able to keep him fresh the best you can by using Davion. He's playing 33.2, but again, he's over 24 points a game at this point. Yeah. Sabonis will probably go over 19 points a game on the season tonight. Those two have been full-fledged all-stars. And one of them I think will make it and one of them won't, because you're probably not going to have the record that you need to have.
I got some sort of odds thing that said it's 75% chance Domas makes it and like 17% chance De'Aaron makes it.
Yeah. And the problem that you have right now too is that Lauri Markkanen is playing like he's playing out of his mind, and the game is in Utah. So
it's a work.
You're going to have to compete against that idea. So hopefully Sabonis doesn't get his spot stolen by Markkanen. My solution, trade for Lauri Markkanen before the All-Star game.
It's a good call there, Hammer. It's a good call there.
He's up to 24.5 and 8.3. Man, does he solve so many problems. I don't care that he's not a great defensive player. I don't care. That's about scheming at that point.
Yeah, Lauri would start. Right? Keegan would go to the bench.
Well, it depends on what you have to give up.
Oh yeah, because you're probably trading Keegan.
You gotta trade somebody in that situation. If I'm Danny Ainge and I want to rule the world and have more first-round picks than anybody, then I ask for 2 first-round picks and Harrison Barnes for Markkanen. Then I turn around and trade Harrison Barnes for another first-round pick. So that would mean that you turned.
I don't think you're going to get a first for Harrison.
Yeah, you are.
Or yeah, I mean, I guess you could get like
Boston,
26, 27, 28.
Yeah, someone give up a first-round pick, even if it's next year, but like a 20s first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, this has still got to be about not just this season. It's got to be about next year, the year after, the year after. You have to keep the larger picture in mind at all times.
I wonder if Keegan would start doing podcasts after he was traded. I wonder if Keegan Murray would be the second greatest.
He did say that this was home.
Well,
many times. Sacramento has
well,
become
Tyrese was the only one who wanted to be here, so that sounds pretty strange to me, James. I'm beginning to think someone might not be telling the truth. Indy pulled out a tough one last night.
Yeah, man. They're what?
They're 6 seed.
I think 5. 4 or 5.
Oh, they made it 5 games over.
They did it.
They did it.
They did it.
They don't.
Tyrese can do it.
They don't have a 17-year streak of not being able to do it.
Tyrese and Buddy can do it.
God, he's averaging 20 and 10 right now.
Buddy is?
Tyrese.
Oh.
Buddy's at 18.
Yeah, Buddy's playing well.
Shooting 42.6 from 3 on 9 attempts per game. I wonder if he's still going to hold the record for the first 6 seasons. Is this year 7 for him? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seasons. If he will have the most 3-point makes in the first 7 years of a career. He's leading the NBA with 158 makes right now. Buddy Hield already has 1,575 makes from 3.
Yves Pons dunked over Victor Wembanyama in the France All-Star game.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. He's plummeting on draft boards now.
And dunked over him is really subjective. I've seen the clip. Yeah. I don't know if he dunked over him. Yeah, it was a nice move, nice dunk. Kind of to the side of him, a little in front of him.
Appreciate you for being with us. We've got the national championship coming up at the top of the hour. The Dogs and the Frogs, Texas.
Who you got, James?
TCU and Georgia.
I'm going to say TCU.
Okay.
He's going for the Cinderella story.
That's offense,
Yep, it's a
yes.
good story, and why not?
I ain't mad at it.
It's too bad they lost that. Yeah, it'd be a little bit more intriguing. I mean, it's not the game's intriguing. It's the national championship, but just to have the luster of two undefeated teams playing in the national championship will be good. But we've got you covered on that game. You can get full coverage of it here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Of course, we've got Kings basketball tonight. Kings taking on the Orlando Magic at the Golden One Center. I was going to ask you, can the Kings, what do the Kings need to do to get back on track? But I think the first question leading into that might be, are the Kings in fact off track? Like, do you feel that are they fluttering?
No, I think it's ebb and flow of the season. But the problem is that you're having one of the valleys during a time where you need a peak because of your schedule. Because there's going to come tough times.
Well, you need a valley too because of the way everybody else is playing. Or you need a peak, because everybody else is in the valley.
Yeah, I mean, you could have
some would say down in the valley.
Put yourself way up. Yeah.
Thank you.
I see that.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, everybody. I'll be here all week.
Yeah.
You got the Suns losing 6 straight. You got the Clippers losing 6 straight. You kind of look around everyone. It's still amazing. Like, they're just right there, 2 games above 500 in the 5th spot because of the way everyone else is playing and not because of the way that they're playing.
And that's the thing that is encouraging and discouraging.
Yeah.
You got to say, well, somebody's got to do something at some point.
You would think, yeah.
But maybe they don't. We
talk about runs like Dallas. Like, Dallas is in the position they are because of the run that they went on. Sacramento was 2 games above 500 because of the 7-game win streak. Los Angeles right now is on a run. They're playing good ball right now, but they're still like a little back a ways. They're having a run. Is like, what's that run ultimately going to do? Is it going to put them in a better position when Anthony Davis returns? Is this run real? Like, is this team really finding its groove and they're going to build something? Or is just this their run of the season that every other team seemingly in the conference has had, and they'll fall back to those ebbs and flows of the season? I mean, any team, I love LeBron James. It was a thrill to watch him on Saturday. But every team that he's on gets a little sketchy around the trade deadline because they all know the narrative surrounding LeBron James. There's this belief that LeBron James is running every team that he's on. And what's that mean for his teammates?
Right.
Like, what do they got to go through for the next month or so?
Well, and they're rolling right now.
How does that affect their play?
But Denver, Dallas, 76ers, then they get the Rockets and Kings, but Memphis, Portland, the Clippers, like, their schedule gets tough, and then all of a sudden they got a 5-game trip that's Boston, Brooklyn, New York, Indiana, and the Pelicans. So, and that's leading up to the February 9th trade deadline.
You should mention this. It's not Kings related, but you mentioned Brooklyn. Kevin Durant out the next month. It's the hottest team in the league. They've won, I think, 14 of 15 and 17 of 19 or something like that. And whatever momentum they've built, they're going to have to build on with Kevin Durant out.
Yeah. Kyrie's
Weird
been a little
injury
bit good.
got rolled up on yesterday.
That was tough to see too.
That happens to him.
Yeah. With the Kings though, the thing that for me has been a little jarring, and now I'm trying to decipher if it's something that's jarring and is a trend or it's just virtue of what happens when they play well. Those last 2 games, you know me, you know how I feel about this team. I know everybody wants to see more defense from them, but to me, that's their basketball. When you talk about 136, 134, I think the Atlanta game was in the 120s.
120, 117.
That's Kings basketball. That's where I've said for a number of different times throughout the season, they bring you into the deep waters of scoring. And they're going to get to 120. Can you get there? And they've been able to lately, the other team. And that's something where it's like, I'm not going to ask them to score more. They're going to have to get some selective stops. And they show, like even in the game on Saturday, they did show that they can get some stops. And that's how they got back into the game, because I think it was a 9-point game with like 5 minutes to go. And they got the stops to get it. Well, they eventually tied it or whatever. But I remember the moment I was talking to Trysta as we were in our seats. I said, it's 9 points. They'll get it to 2. They'll get it to 2 at some point. The question is, are they going to be able to get over the hump and finish that thing? They did get it to 2. They weren't able to finish it. And that's kind of the same thing that happened with Atlanta. They didn't play like particularly well the whole time, but it always reminded me of like that Detroit game they had earlier this year, where they didn't play well, but with 3-4 minutes to go, they did something on the defensive end, turned it up, knocked down a bunch of threes, and they pulled that game out. That's what the Atlanta game was, except then they didn't pull it out. And that's what's got me a little off kilter. And I don't know if that's just, indicative of a bigger problem, or it's going to be one of those things. You're not going to win all these close, high-scoring games. You're going to lose some just by the virtue of the fact that you don't play defense. That's what I'm trying to decipher right now.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're playing good defense, these are still, they still have LeBron James on the Los Angeles Lakers.
They still have Thomas Bryant.
Yeah. But they still have
Bryant.
Russell Westbrook. They still have Dennis Schroeder, who should be an $80 or $90 million player, but decided to not take that contract and now plays for pennies.
His agent didn't. It's his agent's fault.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
We
for
need
them.
to make it a strong habit of blaming agents for this and not players.
And he still has a phantom.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this too.
It's not starving.
The Kings over the last, we're looking at a 6-game sample size now, right? They're 3-3 over that, but they have a 1-point win, a 1-point win, a 2-point win, and then they have a 3-point loss and a 2-point loss. Like the sky is falling. This is some Chicken Little stuff we got going on right here, that the sky is falling. This team is bad and they're going to sink into oblivion and that they're horrible. They still are 2 games over 500 with 6 winnable games stacked up in front of them. It's just at some point you're going to need to figure it out. You can't keep playing this type of defense. And to watch them go from I think they got up to 15, but they were 15th with a possibility to get up to 12. And now they're at 25 in defense. And it's plummeting. What they've done over the last 10 games is their defensive rating's 121. It's just
15 with the hope of getting to 12, 25 with the hope of getting nowhere.
Yeah. Because if you're 25, you're not
Except
going to
30th.
playoffs. Yeah.
The other thing that I think has people feeling some type of way and a little concerned is the games they're losing. They're not losing to the upper echelon of the NBA. Nobody's mad at
Lakers
them
are below them. Yeah.
Nobody's mad at them for losing to Memphis, right? But you look at Charlotte, Washington, the Lakers, and Atlanta, and it's oh man, come on.
Yeah, but where are those teams going to be at the end of the year? Atlanta's already back in the playoff picture.
Charlotte's going to be in the top.
Charlotte
5 in
might be the
NBA
worst team in the
draft.
league right now.
Washington ain't
I
gonna
think
make the
Detroit still
playoffs.
owns that. Detroit
Record wise, I think Charlotte's the worst, aren't
Charlotte's the 14th in the East.
Okay.
They're a game ahead of Detroit, who has 32 losses. They both have 11 wins, and Houston is 10-30, so they're half game behind Charlotte.
That's
they?
where
Let's make sure that number stays at 10.
Yeah, please. That's my point. That's where you get to this week, right?
Yeah.
Where it's damn, come on, man.
Where did you say Orlando was?
Orlando's actually got a decent record, I think.
Do they?
Orlando's 15-25.
It's not
10 games.
It's not as bad as
okay. You're right. It's not.
Yeah, and
10.
Banchero is just running away with the Rookie of the Year. I'm just absolutely running away. That guy's just a stud. Yeah.
Start the conversation. I don't know why the Kings didn't draft him. Paolo Banchero, the new Franz Wagner. I don't know why the Kings didn't just draft Paolo.
Yeah, or why they don't just trade for him right now. No, that's not happening. You don't trade 20-year-olds when you're building from scratch. You might trade 25-year-olds if you're building from scratch like the Utah Jazz are. So.
Oh man, are you concerned, Hammer?
No, I don't think I'm concerned as much as I am. There's got to be a big red button that says trade, and I want to see it. I don't need to wait another month. I've seen this team long enough. It's almost been 40 games. We've seen the roller coaster ride. We know who they are right now. We know what they need right now. What is it going to cost you? How long does it cost? How many years out do you have to trade? What is it that you're going to get hit with right now? And can you swing something? and I'm on the phone with Atlanta and trying to clear up my pick with them and seeing if I can get a player to give them an unprotected pick in 2025. So now I got my 2023 and my 2027 to go out and make some noise with. But like this team, again, it's one or two small pieces away from being like a 5, 6, 7 in this year's West. But this year's West might not be next year's West. And the year after that. And if you want to start building towards something, if you want to start building towards not just a team that makes playoffs once, but a team that can be a perennial playoff team and a potential to go and take that next step and possibly be a championship contender at some point, you're a huge piece away from that. So if you can go get it right now, go look for it, go search it out. And hopefully there will be sellers. And I don't know if Lauri Markkanen makes you a championship contender in 2 years, but he might. I don't know if OG Anunoby does that, but he might. So it just really does depend on, what's it going to cost, and jump on board right now while there's not as much competition. I would say, I don't think that like the floodgate hasn't opened up yet. So get in early, overpay. Like, I don't care. You're the Kings, overpay, but go get that player that makes you a legitimate contender in 2 years.
I want to get to Sam real quick, but you concerned? JC?
If not yet, ask me on Monday.
I'll ask you Friday,
on Monday.
Next Monday. Okay.
Yeah, ask me on Monday.
All right.
How I feel about
I might ask you. I hope I don't have to ask you Thursday. Let's get our brother Sam in here. 916-909-1320. Sam, what's happening, man?
Hey, good day. Hey, thanks for one of you gentlemen to chat with me real briefly at the Lakers game. I appreciate it.
It was me, KC, man. It was good seeing you, Sam.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it very much. You're a cool cat. Hey, can you realistically, right now, give me 2 players or 2 teams that the Kings can trade for and make them a better team? And the players the Kings are going to give up, whether it be, whoever it might be, but can you give me 2 players or 2 teams that the Kings realistically can make a trade for right now and make them a better team?
We appreciate you, Sam. Yeah. I'll let you rock because I think I definitely know the first name you're going to say. I think I know the second one.
Well, I mean, I've said it like a million times.
Yep.
I think Mason Plumlee is the right player for this.
Actually, that was my second one.
Yeah,
and PJ Washington is right there. I also like it. It just depends on what.
Okay, well, I'm swinging and missing everywhere. I thought you were going to say Lauri.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say Lauri.
That's your shade and sharp, Lauri Markkanen.
Well, except for he's really, really good.
Have you seen Shade and Sharp?
He's been good. I know.
Man's 19 years old.
Yeah, like I think that there is a deal out there, but unless we peel back the layers and we actually know who's become available.
So I'm going to pull back to a conversation we that we were having earlier, but hypothetical fantasy land, you land Lauri, right? Let's go with that. Like, okay, you get that.
That'd be awesome.
Don't you probably still need to go get Mason Plumlee though?
Yes.
Okay. There's probably, because with all due respect, like those aren't the same tier of players. Like but a Mason Plumlee addresses an issue, a clear issue that the Kings have. Lauri Markkanen probably makes the Kings a lot better.
But the thing for me in that, and James, tell me if I'm off, is I think the Kings only have room for one move. So you got to decide if it's going to be a big one or a little one. But you don't have. Well, so if you make the little one, how are you going to make the big one?
Because this team has a bunch of second-round picks.
That's not going to be the big one.
No. To make the little one, you got enough second-round picks and you got enough expiring contracts to make it work. And to make a big move, again, you have to look at Utah in a different way. Like Utah, if you could go to Utah with a guy like Richaun Holmes, because Utah they're faced with a situation where they know that they're not going to be good for a couple of years, but in the NBA, you still have to be within 90% of the salary cap. So you got to like load up your salary no matter what. So for them to pay Richaun Holmes $11.5 and $12.5 million over the next 2 years, that's not a big deal for them. So as long as you're making enough of a play where Mason Plumlee makes like $9 million and the Kings have Alex Len at 4. They got Terrence Davis at 4. They've got, Chimezi Metu at 2. They've got Trey Lyles at 2.6. We're still talking about like players on guaranteed contracts for this year. Even you've got Matthew Dellavedova at $2.6 million. It takes 2 of those players to go make that deal and to go get the player that and maybe a second round pick in order to rent Mason Plumlee for the remainder of the season, because he's a unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Then you go look and see what you can do with all this other stuff. Like, do you have enough to go get a guy like Laurie? And again, Laurie, the reason why I keep bringing him up is, number 1, he's 25 and he fits your player arc perfectly. Number 2, he's under contract this year, like 16.5, 17.5, and like 18. So you don't even need that much to go get. Like, again, we're talking about, you can get just like, don't like think I'm saying this the wrong way, but like just salary cap wise, not considering what you're going to have to give up in addition to salary cap, you can give up Rashawn Holmes and almost any one of those players that we mentioned to get like a Davion Mitchell, like salary wise, they match to go get Laurie. Now, are you going to have to give up 2 first-round picks on top of that? Yes. Even if you were to give up Keegan Murray makes a ton of money as a 4th pick in the draft. He makes like $8 million, $9 million. Mm-hmm. So all it takes is that and Alex Len and one other player, and you got the deal done. So like, there's a lot of ways that Kings can do things here. The Kings could even take back Rudy Gay in a weird deal to like placate the Jazz, because he's got a $6.5 million player option for next year that he's most certainly going to pick up. Well, no, it's okay though. You stretch provision him, and
God, is that still a thing?
Yeah, it breaks it up. His contract is $6 million over 3
Bring
years.
back the amnesty clause.
Yeah, but if you stretch provision him, you free up $4 million right away, and you pay him $2 million 3 years in a row. That's no big deal.
I have a question.
Yep,
I'm going to ask it. I'm a broadcast journalist.
Is it a 2-part question?
Nope. Nope, because I'm a more responsible broadcast journalist, and it's going to piss people off, and I understand that, but I'm asking a question. Do you call Charlotte and ask them about the other guy?
No.
Which one?
Under no circumstances?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm just asking.
Mm-mm.
So is that individual's career just over?
Somebody will give him a shot, but I don't think it needs to be the Kings.
Well, I mean, talk about a player who would fit. I mean, but you just can't. I don't think you can do that.
Can't touch him.
I don't think you can do that.
Okay, you're both saying the same thing. So his career's over then. I just want to make sure we're establishing that young man, the Kings can't do it.
No.
Well, I heard that the rumor that Charlotte had initiated conversations with him was not factual. So
I don't think his career is over though. Like, it may take a year or 2, but I don't think his career is over.
How long has it been?
Well, is
this the first season?
Yeah, it's first season.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a tough time climbing back in the league. And rightfully so.
And I don't even want to be like I'm not sensitive to what happened, but then he was doing stuff before that. Like, if I'm trying to sign it, like, this he's a wacko. Like, his decision making is off. Like, how could I trust him to do anything?
Okay.
I'll tell you this, they do have like a couple of guys here in Sacramento that could give them an honest answer about what he's like off the court. They not only did Jay Triano spend a lot of time, but also one of the other Kings assistants. And then on top of that, Michael, media relations, was in Charlotte for the last couple of years. They know who that guy is and could give you an honest assessment.
Let's just save PJ.
I'm all for that. I've been all about saving PJ. We have to go. We have, with Jesse terms, a hard out right now. College football championship coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Bang. Come on, man.
Hey-o.
Bang.
Let's go, baby. I'm 4th quarter De'Aaron.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
See,
go,
Tyler
baby.
Griner, Malik knows too. But I'll say the weird thing about NBA players is that they do change considerably from, like, you can have guys that change a lot from one year to the next. I know that, like, when DeAndre Jordan was young, like, he was a media member dream. Everyone loved DeAndre. And then he went through a stretch where, like, he bought in too much and to his own stuff and wasn't someone that people wanted to, he wouldn't talk, and he was a pain in the behind. and he's come full circle and back to like who he was.
Everybody loves DeAndre now. That's why he keeps
Yeah.
getting these jobs.
He's a big boy.
Hey,
He is, man.
Lake Show,
He's a big boy.
why did the Kings need someone that can score more? Like they don't, like Mason Plumlee can get you 8 points a night, or he can get you 6 points a night. It doesn't matter. The Kings have all kinds of scores on this team.
So here's my retort to that. Then why aren't they playing KZ Okpala? Because every time we talk about KZ, it's like, well, he can't hit a shot. He's your best, maybe your second best defender.
Okay, I'll answer that. The reason why I believe that Plumlee works and KZ may or may not work is that in order for KZ to be effective on the offensive end, he has to at least put the fear that he can hit a 3-point shot in the other team's head, or they'll just sag off him and clog the lanes for Sabonis and Fox. Where Plumlee is an excellent passer, and you can run an offense through him and actually like do some of the same stuff you do with Domas. And like we talk about this too, like if you somehow could pull off multiple moves, right? Like Mason Plumlee makes so much sense. But I'd even also like, I would try my best to get Plumlee and PJ Washington, and that still wouldn't exclude you from going out and doing some other deal like what we're talking about with Markkanen. Like, are we talking about crazy amount of assets? But like, look, if you can replace the back end of your rotation with much better players that are NBA seasoned, know what they're doing, come in, but you lose, you know, again, if you have to lose a Keegan Murray in a trade to go get Laurie, well, you still don't have the depth. You need better depth either way. And so like, I think that the Kings, like if they could bring in 3 players right now, I'm down. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, and that's not to like trash Trey Lyles. I really like what Trey Lyles does, but Trey Lyles on a playoff team is like 9, 10, 11, 12 in your rotation. He's not like 8, 9, you know, solid 9. He's not that. And so like, if you're going to be that next level team, at a certain point, you do have to have a next level player. And we bring it like KZ can play that position if you've got Tobias Harris and James Harden and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and like another great scorer coming off the bench. Like the versatility of a team like Philadelphia, they can get away with it. And someone else asked a really good question. I want to answer this. Like someone asked me, how come we don't worry about the Denver Nuggets backup center position like you do with the Kings backup center position? And it has a lot to do with the fact that the Denver Nuggets have so much crazy length at the 3 and the 4 that can disguise a lot of what's happening. So you can go with a DeAndre Jordan because you still have elite scorers and length coming in. I mean, you have Aaron Gordon who can, you know, jump over a car. But then you have a 6'10", 6'11" Michael Porter Jr. playing the small. And that length, it really does matter when you're talking about why is it that the Kings, why is it Sabonis is in foul trouble? Why is it they can't stop people? Like that length, the Kings just don't have the length. Hey,
it's also worth pointing out, unless you're locked into Denver's sports talk radio, like they probably are.
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, it's probably a conversation that they're having. It's not a conversation that Adrian Wojnarowski and Shams Karani are having, but it's a conversation I'm sure the fan base is
complaining about their backups.
That's facts. Like Jesse was complaining about it yesterday. Like
the Celtics
locked into WEEI on the way home.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a team that could have used, if Rashawn Holmes was Rashawn Holmes, would make perfect sense for a team like that. I just, you know, I don't know if Rashawn Holmes is Rashawn Holmes. So
then who is he, James?
Well,
that's a rhetorical question. We're gonna go because we got to let James get to the arena.
Kings tonight. Kings gonna win though. Kings are gonna win tonight.
All right, Drake bars.
Yes, sir.
You know what time it is.
I'm getting the rhyme book out right when I get to the crib.
Drake bars.
Hit the thumbs up before you go. I don't know what that was that James Ham just did, but I like it. Hit the thumbs up before you go, man, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you.